Welcome to LoganRobo's channel, broadcasting live on twitch.tv/LoganRobo and on youtube.com/@LoganRobo. Tonight's game is Metaphor ReFantazio. You may think this is just a video game, all fun and games, but there's a lot to learn in this game, such as how to deal with discrimination based on race and class, or, even more importantly, that if your rich friend ever sacrifices himself to save a bunch of people in a cave, you should absorb him. Thank you for tuning in to twitch.tv/LoganRobo and youtube.com/@LoganRobo. Please enjoy the stream. And we are live! How is everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. I didn't have my controller for a second. I was trying to very casually reach over and grab it as I was saying we're live. How are y'all doing? I see Krista was here first going, rawr. That's scary. Not quite as scary as saying boo, but that is pretty scary. Crystal, I thought you were a lion for a second. Not lying like dishonest. I thought you were a lion there. Oh, it says hey longa, and then the whole command. I should just disable or delete that command. I have that power. I honestly don't know why I don't. Queen Katie says, howdy. How you doing, Queen Katie? Lesbian Wolf also saying howdy. Oh, and then someone did a shout out for Queen. Oh, because Queen Katie. I think I saw right as I was going online that you were online earlier. I didn't have a chance to pop in your stream. Are y'all done? How'd it go? How was Reverse 1999? But yes, howdy as well to Lesbian Wolf. Eglin says, is the new Pokemon Go app icon the Arrow Ace flag, or am I going nuts? I don't know. I do have Pokemon Go on my phone, but I haven't updated it in years, so I don't know what the current app icon looks like. But how are all of you, Crystal, Oak, Queen Katie, Lesbian Wolf, Eglin? How are all of you? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing good. Week's off to a good start, and I even remembered to update the schedule command. So I think I'm doing uncharacteristically well right now. But okay, so by the way, crazy stuff do be happening in this game. Last time where we left off, we were in the Elda village about to get an info dump of all sorts of information, but I also realized something. I forgot to, I was going over, just kind of glanced over the VODs the past couple of streams, and I forgot to show you guys something very, very important. So our current save that we're gonna be loading up here is, where is it? What save number is it? It's, oh, here it is, number 4. However, guys, this is really important. This is very, very important. I need to show you guys this. I forgot to show you guys. When we were getting ready to go to that Frosty Cave place, not Frosty Cave, Frosty Forest place and fight the ice monster, that was like 2 streams ago. You guys remember that? Remember? Before I went up there, I did some cooking in the Gauntlet Runner off stream. And something very important that your eyeballs need to experience happened that I need to show you guys. So I'm loading an old save. I believe it's this one that is going to show you the importance. Because there was I think a cooking quest I need to do, but I still haven't been able to report back. I don't even know if it's going to accept it anymore. More time might have passed. But I need to show you guys this. I had tried to cook something. What was it? It was benevolent bread. It was this thing. I went to cook benevolent bread. And the Galaxy's like, isn't that a dish from Heismay's home village? I'll go get him. And he came and he cooked with us. And there was something very important that happened, so I'm just showing you guys this. Now then. And then we'll get back to where we were in the Elder Village. So there's a bit of a, just like a previously on the stream type of a thing. Huh? Hey!
Wowza. So close to my 4th baby who's gonna be weirdly called Bumblebee. Last name.
Bumblebee.
Don't worry about it, fellow kids of mine, they surely won't get bullied by it. Logan rate prime anyway. Big wave. This sub goes out to my favorite person ever, Mandy's. Hi, Mandy's.
Oh, this is hi, Mantis. Sorry for what puberty did to your hair. Oh, and I guess the sub goes out to Logan too. Yay! I guess meh. I'll take it. I'll take meh if that's the most I can do. But yes, a month away from your 4th Subscription baby. What are the names of the other ones? Did we decide what your other subscription babies' names are? But thank you so much, Vera. How you doing? Okay, before we show, again, this is going to be very important. I wouldn't be loading this up if this wasn't vital for you guys to see. But let me read a couple more comments in the chat first. Eglin says, it looks uncannily similar. I'll have to look it up. I'm sure if I look it up in like the App Store, I'll be able to see what the current app icon is. Krista with a little emote. Queen Katie said it was fun. I finished chapter 8 of the game now, but I finished like super early, so I rated a Pokemon Shiny Hunter this time. Nice. I hope that the Pokemon Shiny Hunter was very welcoming to you, Queen Katie, because you're awesome. Lesbian Wolf says, I'm going to be playing Persona 3, so won't be typing much, but have a good stream, y'all. I will do my utmost. If you finish up, we'll be here for you anytime you're ready, Lesbian Wolf. Kim says, cramps have been torturing me all day, but hopefully everyone's doing well today / night. Happy Pride Month. Be gay, be free, do crime for legal reasons. This is a joke. Don't do crime. We won't, Kim. But I'm going to suspect that you're actually doing crime. I'm just saying. But Kim, I'm sorry that you're crampy, but it's good to see you here. Lesbian Wolf says, I'm doing great. Made plans for my birthday next week, which is so exciting, which reminds me, I got a package in the mail today. But I don't think I should open it because I'm pretty sure it's something for my birthday, which is 1 month from today. It's on the 3rd of next month. So I think there's something in the mail that's for my birthday. But
Hey Logan, you look like a small lizard today, smile. Boo.
Like more so than usual? Do I look more lizardy than usual? Oak, thank you for the 10 bits. Now I am very, self-conscious about myself.
Logan opening a P.O. box when?
You know, I think somebody suggested that once before. It's like $12 or $15 a month or something like that, which is probably more than I have to spend on something like that, and would never get used. I think the most that would happen is at some point some crazy person would come in and like send me poisonous anthrax or ricin or something like that, and then I would die, and that'd be very sad. So I probably shouldn't. If I ever become like a big streamer though, I totally would. I'd risk the anthrax and rice. No, I'd pay someone to be like, you know how you have in medieval times they have the food tasters who taste the food for the king? I'd pay someone to like open the box, shove their hand all over it, like lick the cardboard and everything, and they're like, it's fine. And then I'd feel really bad if that person died though. But thank you so much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. But happy next week birthday, Lesbian Wolf. Are you doing anything fun? Got any fun plans? Oh, and Kim says also sip, sip, Logan. I will do that right now. Thank you very much for the hydrate command, Kim. Okay, I hope Queen Katie is still here, especially because this thing that Heisme does is of vital importance, especially for her to see. Okay?
You can tell that you've seen Breaking Bad because you mentioned ricin.
That is true. I was thinking about that.
Also, looking like a small lizard is a good thing. Boo.
But again, is it more than usual? Am I more lizardy than usual? Because I don't think I did anything different today. But thank you for the 10 bits and my increasing self-consciousness. Not confidence, consciousness. But thank you for the 10 bits. Okay, so again, Queen Katie especially needs to see this. I've heard that you mean to cook with dough today. In that case, you are right to summon me. Dough is a most delicate ingredient, and those who lack experience often go afoul of it. But you are in luck today, lad, for I was raised in the grain belt, and our dough shall rise to my standards. I followed Heisme's lead and began kneading the flour into dough. Look at that! That's how he does it. Stump, 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 stump. I should try and sync it up with the direction he's going on the screen. Hang on, let me see if I can do that. And we go stump, 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 stump. I think that's unhygienic, because, like, look, his toes and a little heel claw is out. But he looks so determined. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Allow me to demonstrate the proper technique like this and that. Ha! I just wonder if this means that, like, for this bread that I'm giving away to somebody as part of a quest and will probably get poisoned and die from ingesting foot fungus, that Protag gets up there and stomps on it. Why do you idle? Come, show me your conviction.
Don't lose focus.
This is no time to rest. Should we err in either time or heed, all our efforts thus far will be for naught. Yay. Wow! I made the fluffiest bread I've ever seen! So that's the key to fluffy bread, everybody. apparently.
In days gone by,
I present to you a taste of my hometown with this benevolent bread. Prepare yourself, you are not ready.
He looks so happy. So that was the thing I needed to reload the game to show you guys. Thanks to Speed Cook, and I cooked without time passing, got benevolent bread. Okay, so that was all. I'll go ahead and reload to the proper save now. But that you needed to see that.
Speaking of poison tasters, I will use my 10 bits to promote the Apothecary Diaries. An anime so great I've been binging in my limited time of the day. It's so entertaining to watch while eating without worrying about the next episode because every episode got a different thing to focus on.
I actually saw something came up on social media that was talking about the Apothecary Diaries the other day. I've never seen it. I don't even know what it's about. But if it's got your endorsement, maybe I should check it out. Unfortunately, I'm also like way behind on so many animes that it may take a while before I get to it. But you hear that, everybody? Vero endorses the Apothecary Diaries. So thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Okay, so now we're going to load up our actual save. Now that we saw that, that was very important. That was well worth spending the first 10 minutes of the stream on. And I'll read some more in the chat while this is loading. Crystal says, no thoughts, just gay. Oh, then Queen Katie with a clip already? Says, speaking of things we forgot to show off ages ago. Oh, it's a clip. Oh, it's the clip from a couple streams ago. I think I know what this is going to be. All right, for those who are lurking or who don't know the deal, anytime when someone posts a clip into the Twitch chat of our stream, we load it up on our clip viewer and watch it together. This one's a bit of an old one that Queen Katie meant to show a while ago, from 14 days ago. So let's revisit this wonderful moment. I'm pretty sure this is from when we were fighting a little bit underleveled. Ooh, that hurt a little bit. Just a little bit.
Mage divinity.
Oh, my dog! Whoa!
Basilio's looking pretty rough. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? No. You've got too many people knocked out here. We've got to get back on track, or this'll get ugly.
Or this'll get ugly. Or this'll get ugly. Huh, Gallica? I would like to point out, though, bringing Basilia was a mistake. I'd like to point out, I came back from behind.
Freedom of a wanderer.
Shut up, Protag. And I won this fight. Well, still not sure how. We didn't get a game over. So yeah, thank you so much for the clip. I appreciate that. All right, now we're going to get into the real game. Oh, and Crystal, I see, just posted... Wait, what is this? Crystal posted a clip over onto YouTube as well. Is this a new clip? Okay, hang on. There's a clip posted over on YouTube now. Let me see if this is something different. This is from just now. This is the bread thing. It's just titled Clip. And began kneading the flour into dough. Look at that! That's how he does it. Stump, 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 stump. I should try and sync it up with the direction he's going on this. And began It's hard because like my camera on screen, it's not like a mirror where I move to my right and the image moves to my right as well. It's like, but thank you very much, Crystal. I appreciate that. So apparently that works over on YouTube as well. That you can just post clips over there, and we'll just watch them. I have no control over my life anymore. Quick says, you cooked? I was just thinking about you cooking early today when I played the game. Oh, are you enjoying it? Yeah, because it's on Game Pass now, right? Okay, so everybody got some bubbles. We're supposed to head in, listen to the old hermetist grew a day, because she used to be small, but then she grew a day. She's in, I think, that room over there. But let's go around and talk to everybody first, because I think everybody is probably surprised that I absorbed the prince, and now my hair is a very, very pale, slightly blue. Oh, tactless fairy. You better not have anything bad to say about Gallica, or I will squish you. Hey, finally awake, huh? I mean, come on, sleeping's great and all, but there's so much more fun stuff you can do while you're awake. You can collect pretty flower petals, go splash in the water. Super fun, right? Okay, I'm gonna be real, Gallica. That sounds like a lot of fun. Can we go collect flower petals and splash in the water? Gallica, that is like more important to me right now than defeating Count Louise, is doing that with you. Why are we not already doing this, Gallica? Okay, let's pop some more bubs. What are you doing? Oh, it's Russ. Oh, Cypher Lord, raid with a party of one. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Would Vero or
so
Chris?
Oh,
someone's already.
And I'll just text you on this. Okay, Griffin.
What now?
Was this Fortnite?
Oh.
That's how you dodge the bullets. Jeez. Is that the in-game music? That sounds like Eminem Slim Shady, because I hope I'm not going to get DMCA'd for that, because Twitch do be very strict.
And I'll just text you on this.
Oh, music.
Okay. Griffin.
Oh, the clip started over again. Okay, I think you just got double shouted out. But thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, Cypher? Okay. Let's get back to this, and then I'll read some more of the chat in a minute. We got to talk to old man Russ. He's I think, played by Judgy in this universe. Hey, Russell? How could this be? His Highness resurrected. 'Tis a most joyous turn of events. Of course, I dare say my heart needs a reprieve from all these sharp twists of fate. To think he'd be alive and well, residing in a body composed from magma particles. He furthered his goal by storing his mind within another vessel. 'Tis reminiscent of His Majesty's royal magic. I'd like to point out, I was close in guessing the thing by figuring out there's some connection between Protag and the Prince. And I don't feel bad for not knowing what it was, because there was no way I could have guessed that for real. It's like, I am just like a magic projection of the Prince's creativity with fake memories imbued in his brain. Unlikely survivor. Why is he unlikely to have survived? Oh, pin message! Queen Katie said, thank you for the recap, Mr. Russell. Please pin la. Queen Katie, do you have a thing for all the little bat people in this game? Crystal says to Eglin, also it kinda is, question mark. The colors are definitely Aeroways coded. There was Vera re-upping the sub. Thank you again, Vera, for re-upping the sub. And I should mention a Cypher. As I said before, we're gonna be getting into a lot of spoilers. I know you said on Discord they had the thing with the Prince and the Protag spoiled. But we're probably going to get into more lore stuff. So once that happens, if you need to step away, I won't be offended. I just want to make sure we don't ruin your experience of the game. Queen Katie says, hi, it's me with a heart. Crystal says, Bumblebee. Vera says, Bumblebee. Nora says, hi, Digenton. Eglin said, doing good. My summer classes have started, yet I only did one assignment so far, and I have 6 more. Are they just that you have to do over the summer, or like 6 more due like this week? Because that sounds like a lot in when they've just started. But I hope it's going well. Nora says, if so smarky outside, bruh, there's an AQI of 210 early. What's AQI? Is it Air Quality Index? Is that what it stands for? We have color-coded ones here in Utah. We have green, they're like burn days, whether you're allowed to use your fireplace, like green burn day, red burn day, things like that. But I hope you don't breathe the bad air. Nora, but how you doing?
Never before have I seen such incredible magic. Your Highness, as I understand it, you managed to thwart 2 separate attempts on your life, correct? We Elder are used to weathering our fair share of misfortune, and yet you've evidently faced so much worse.
Yeah, you unlikely survivor. I'll wait to talk to those people in case they, like, send me in to there. What about you, faith leader? Leading all our faith now. Faith leader, he's wearing a hat now.
How could this be? 'Tis truly a miracle. Lady Gruiday mentioned she'd caught wind of some manner of revelation. Could this be the late Queen's ...
I'm not gonna finish that thought. I'm just gonna stop and look away from you. Okay, you jerk. Can I talk to that fairy? No, the kid doesn't have anything to say. What about you? Priestess?
Oh, it's you!
Oh, it's you! Beyond here lies the altar of secret history, the sanctuary which houses the true history of our people and world. Huh?
Why does Faith Leader get to have a theme song and not Russell?
Russell does have a theme song, but because he's so old, it was written a long time ago, back when it was like more acceptable to use lots of like slurs, frankly. So it's just highly inappropriate. And he has one. I just don't want to get canceled for singing it. We shouldn't judge Russell. It was a different time. It was a different time. Although in this game, everybody is still racist, so like they're all okay with singing it. But I hot take, do not like racism. So thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. Maybe it was this room we had to go into then.
Lady Gruiday awaits you inside.
And also, please kindly refrain from making any loud noises, lest you startle the fairies. There's lots of fairies, but Gallica's the only fairy for me. Okay, so I can go talk to people over here. What about you, onlooker girl?
Oh, now this I can't believe.
There was a really bright light, and now there's a dead person who came back to life?
Are all the royalty from the outside world like you?
I have a little dreidel. I
Happy
made it out
Pride
of
and
clay.
Youth Mental Health
And when
Awareness
it's
Month,
dry
Gay
and
Pride.
ready, oh dreidel, I shall play. Oh dreidel, 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 I made you out of clay. And when you are dry and ready, oh dreidel, we shall play.
Okay, thank you both for the TTSs. Thank you, first of all. I think that was Oak who did the Beef Longa TTS. Thank you, and thank you, Noobly, for the 10 bits there. So yes, first of all, apparently Beef Longa, I don't know if Beef Longa is actually Jewish or not, but likes to celebrate with the little dreidel song every now and then. Dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. It's kind of like Beyblade. I don't know all the words. I should have paid more attention to that. But thank you for the 50 bits. And Noobly, is it Men's Mental Health Awareness Month as well? Okay, just if you have a man's mental health, be aware of that, please. But thank you so much, both of you, for the bits. I appreciate it. I should read some more in the chat. I'm probably already getting behind. Eglin said, I also get to join a new D&D group tomorrow. I'm so excited. Are you going to make a new character? Is it going to be as whimsical as Bread Bowl? Vera says to Eglin, fun. Quigata said it was actually said Shiny Hunter. Oh, the TTS probably cut off, who informed me of the new update to the affiliate goals law. So yeah, they're cool. Yeah, so Queen Katie mentioned this on Discord right before I went live, that apparently Twitch has updated their affiliate requirements. Now you're only required to get like 25 followers instead of 50. I feel like they're maybe trying to open up the doors. There are other things, and I have thoughts about that, but it explains why I suddenly got a notification today saying you've completed your path to affiliate. I'm like, I thought I did that in October of 2020. So yes, I'm still an affiliate. Twitch Bezos did not take that away from me, but thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. Queen said Logan's B-Day's right before the 4th of July. That's right, it's July 3rd. The entire country celebrates my birthday, but just always a day late. But I still appreciate the thought with like the parades and the fireworks and stuff. And Oak says, no, it's a compliment. Okay, chat, I need to ask the rest of you. Oak said, I look like a small lizard. Is that a compliment? I feel like Oak might be fibbing a little bit. Are all the royalty from the outside world like you? The outside world sounds ridiculous. Well, come with me, onlooker girl. Join. I mean, why not? You don't have to join the party. Just like live in the Gauntlet Runner. Be my new Elda friend. Okay, what about you, manservant? Oh, what in the heavens? The dead prince is alive? Old man Russell must be dumbfounded. I don't like that guy, though. I don't like his theme song. I am opposed to it. If the rest of the resistance still lived, I wonder how they might have taken the news. Do you think they killed off the rest of the resistance just so they wouldn't have had to, like, make assets for everybody? Okay, let's keep talking to everybody. Then we'll eventually go in there. But I want to explore. I want to pop some bubs. I want to make some friends. I want to recruit onlooker girl. Wizened attendant.
Come off it.
Well, I'll be. Am I correct in presuming that you are the prince now? I hadn't heard of any elder boy joining the resistant ranks and going out on missions, so seeing you took me by surprise. To think that you're the prince's other half. Oh, fate is a fickle one.
Do you think our name is different? Are we still Mantis? Because I bet the prince's name wasn't Mantis. Otherwise, like, Hulkenberg and Gallica would have been like, that's so weird. You have the same name as the prince. You know what I should do? I should, at some point, the next time we see more, I should go into academia and see if there's anything different in that book. All right, and finally, because I have a sinking feeling that after we get our info dump in there, all of our backstory, all of our exposition, we're probably gonna have to fight probably Zorba as a boss fight. I want to make sure we're prepared. Quite a state our village is in right now, so if there's anything you need, now's the time. I remember looking, I think there was a bunch of stuff here. So there's Sage Pill. I mean, I feel like we might actually have some better health stuff than that. Ambrosia, that's expensive. Miraculous Medicine, Revival Medicine, and Panacea. But there's also like weapons and stuff. Anybody need a better weapon? Oh no, that's right. These are all the things we saw in town, but they're all expensive. So I think we're probably okay. I think we can wait until later to buy these things, like until Idol's Day, because otherwise these things are going to be really expensive. I mean, oh, these are improving defense a lot, though. Maybe I should just get one of these. I'm going to get a hat for Stroll. Maybe I should probably give it to Basilio, although this will decrease his evasion. Oh, he has evasion against ice. I think this will be good for Basilio because he is kind of weak compared to everybody else. So I will buy one thing from a dog.
Oh, nice.
You're welcome, Basilio. And was there anything else? No, I think we're probably good. We'll stock up later. And let me check the other doors, and then we'll go in and we will learn about our history. Open this door. What's in here? Oh, it's just a... Oh. Line of caskets. Numerous coffins are laid out in hastily arranged rows.
All I ever wanted was to celebrate with everyone once we had finally achieved the goal that we'd always dreamed of.
Numerous coffins laid out in hastily arranged rows. All I ever wanted was to celebrate with everyone. I heard what happened. I'll read the chat in a second. I need to comfort my baby girl, my woman.
I hope people don't blame the resistance for the attack on the village. We were all fighting for the same purpose.
So she's got different things to say.
All I ever wanted was to celebrate. All I ever wanted was...
Why was this coffin so special? I'm sorry, I need to check all the coffins.
Really?
I hope that people don't blame the...
Okay, so it must be just those two things. What is this? Oh, it's a fairy. Oh, and a stone monument. I'm sorry, a fond fairy. Okay, I will read some more in the chat. So I'm getting distracted. I know I should advance the story, but there's so much to click. Why would I not want to click? I've seen commercials about like seatbelts, but they say click it or tick it. I assume that applies to video games as well. If I don't click these things, I will tick these things. Let's see, Crystal says, it's almost your birthday already. I thought we just celebrated just yesterday, broken heart. Wait, who are we saying that to me? You know what we ought to do, because my birthday's coming up next month, and we are past the 1,000 follower mark. Maybe we should combine the two, because the problem is my birthday's gonna be on a Thursday, and then 4th of July is a Friday, which is an evening celebrate holiday, so I'll probably have to cancel both of those. That week, a month from now, we'll have a Tuesday stream, maybe we'll add a Wednesday stream, and then like on that Sunday, celebrate both my birthday and the 1K follower thing, finally. Oak said, everyone should look like a small lizard. Why? Nora said, I was on call with Oak for like an hour with Turbo Dragon. Quigator said, highs me with a heart. Oak said to Nora, yeah, you made me watch you play catch. Quigator said, give me the highs, make content. Nora said, yeah. Lesbian Wolf said, gonna visit my girlfriend on the 10th to see if I can find Persona Q. It's gonna be so fun. Like at a used game store or something like that? That sounds fun. Oak says, no, not more than usual. The normal amount of small lizard. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't gotten more lizardy since last time. I don't know. Eglin said, can I just say, okay, you guys made fun of me when we played Pokemon Violet, because apparently I was saying his name wrong. I was saying Giovanni, but you guys are like Giovanni. Is it Giovanni, not Giovanni? I can't remember. It says, sucks so bad in Pokemon Go. Like, main reason I stopped is because I can't for the life of me beat Giovanni. I know I'm probably still saying it wrong. Okay, we'll play some more. Wait, is that you, Gallica? Oh, you're okay. You left in such a hurry. I was worried.
No. Sorry about that. I've been out traveling, actually. I've got this really important mission.
Oh, wow, it must be really hard. I can tell just by looking at you. Was that an insult? Is she like, you've aged, you've weathered, and I can tell you've changed a lot too. You're totally different. It's because of this person. You with? Yeah, that's right. That's right. She left this cave a girl, but she returns a woman. Oh, you two are just like the king and fairy of legend. King and fairy of legend? Is there a legend? Is it going to imply that we're going to get married? Oh, Vera with the pin message said, it's the G where you clench your teeth, not the one from the back of your throat. I wish I could just know if it's a hard G or soft G, because G is hard, J is soft. So you clench your teeth. I can do both, G, J. But the back of my throat is like G, J. I could, yeah. So it's J, J, G, Giovanni, soft G, G.
Hey, Big Magic Daddy. I figured I should get a job to support my children and wife Pork Shorta, so I've got a job at Big Pharma. I wasn't sure where to apply, so I started at a pharmacy, but they said Big Pharma is somewhere else. Long story short, I'm still looking, so if anyone knows where Big Pharma is, let me know. I'll update you on my job hunt as it goes on also. Do I still need a minimum wage job if my wife makes $9 billion a minute from being a private investigator?
No, you don't. 9 billion a minute? No, you don't. You don't. You don't need to work at all. You could buy Big Pharma. Beef, you could be Big Pharma. You could be Beef Pharma. But thank you very much for the 50 bits, Oak. I appreciate that. Quiggy said, I don't know, Logan, my captions understand you either way. Giovanni or Giovanni. Well, it's good to know, so maybe they're both acceptable then. But okay, I want to find about this king and fairy legend. I hope the legend says that the two of them fell in love and got married and had half person, half fairy babies. Yes, king and fairy. Yup, a long time ago, there was a man who traveled all across the world, and he had a fairy with him just like you two. One day, the traveler became a mighty king, and his fairy companion became as wise and knowledgeable as a person, so everyone called her queen. More of a respect. No, don't say more of a respecting. Say they were married and had babies. Not just respecting. It's a romance thing. That's the legend. Pretty similar to you guys, huh?
Queen! Wait, what did the fairy do after the journey ended? Did she stay by the king's side?
I feel like this game has multiple times kind of implied that Gallica has feelings for Protag. Am I wrong? I know they also hinted at it with Yufa, but Yufa, she's like, she's fine. She's fine. I think Gallica's trying to find out if she's allowed to stay with me forever. Who knows? I don't even know if the story is true or not, but if she did stay, I think that'd be lovely. I think so too.
I, as a not native speaker, forget that words exist outside of Transformers, so I was so confused and thought this guy Pharma from that got a name on the streets. That's just Big Pharma.
That is true. For those who don't know, in the IDW universe, that's a comic book company, IDW, for their Transformers comics, they introduced an Autobot medic. I think I combined Autobot and medic. An Autobot medic named Pharma. Kind of like, pharmacist, pharmacology, stuff like that. They introduced a couple. They introduced Pharma and Ambulon. And their buddy, the two of them had a buddy First Aid who was already like a Transformer previously established. But yes, that is who we're talking about, Vero. When people talk about Big Pharma, they're talking about a Transformers character. That is how it goes. But thank you so much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. This fairy, you know what? I like you, Fond Fairy. Fond Fairy, right? You've given me hope. Let's take a look at the stone monument. The slab. Oh, we gotta return the slab! Actually, I think Wendy's probably the only person who might get that reference. Maybe Magpie. Return the slab is engraved with a number of names. I believe these are the names of all the Resistance members who have lost their lives so far.
It's okay.
I'm sure that somewhere Grius is happy for us too, so we need to keep our heads up. Okay, in fact, we should write his name on here. I've got a crayon. Let's just scribble that in. Just Grius last nameson. That's his last name. Last nameson. It's locked, and the handle is covered by a layer of dust. It seems as though it hasn't been opened in a very long time. What about this one? It's locked, and the handle is covered by a layer of dust. It seems as though it hasn't been opened in a very long time. Well, maybe this one's changed by now. It's locked, and the handle is covered by a layer of dust. It seems as though it hasn't been opened in a very long time. Well, I turned away. Maybe someone finally unlocked this one. It's locked, and the handle is covered by a layer of dust. It seems as though it hasn't been opened in a very long time. All right, now we gotta leave. I'm not gonna keep doing. Oh, there's doors on this side. It's locked, and the handle is covered by a layer of dust. It seems as though it hasn't been opened in a very long time. Don't let me down, door. Oh, it opened! Ha, you guys thought it was gonna be locked, and the handle covered by a layer of dust, and that it hadn't been opened in a very long time. Oh, this is the room where the prince had been laying when we were like FaceTiming. The prince's bed, this is my bed. Oh, and we got a sword and a scepter and a crown. Is it gonna be like one of those English legends where we're gonna have to choose between the three? Mid-cleaning youth. You're in the middle of cleaning? You're not doing anything. You're not doing any cleaning. You don't look like a youth. You got a beard and you got lines here. What are these lines called? The lines on your face. You're not a youth. You're impersonating a kid.
Oh!
Me? No, I'm not part of the resistance. I just help out on my own time. I take it you saw the coffins outside. Old man Russell is on his own now. Ever since I was a kid, the old man's been teaching me much about the outside world. I mean, not since I was a kid. I am a kid. I am a mid-cleaning youth. The adults, of which I am not a part of that group, all speak ill of the resistance, but the younger folk, including me, a youth, around here are all genuinely grateful for them. Let's look at my bed. There's the bed I saw in the far side mirror. Yay. Sorry I'm taking so long, everybody. Oh, hang on, there's a pinned message. This is written by Vero. Oh, excuse me, pinned by Vero, written by Queen Katie. He says, by the way, Logan, when I started playing Metaphor, knowing this twist from last stream, I noticed a very interesting line from Baby Mantis in the first flashback. Quote, "You'll be a hero. Trust me." This was towards Baby Prince. It was foreshadowed the whole time. The thing is, I just recently gone back and watched those first couple of VODs, and so I remember that scene and that line, but I didn't get that. It does, like, in retrospect, make so much more sense because, yeah, he's like, so yes, I like that they foreshadowed it. I would have liked it if I could have figured out a bit more if it wasn't quite so out of the blue, but I do like that. So good catch, Queen Katie. Thank you very much for the pin message. Okay, no door over there. That's the door to come back from whence we came. So I think we're good. We can go and actually advance the story. We're like a half hour into stream, so now we might as well actually get something done. But I've had fun goofing off and wandering around. I'll read some more in the chat while we're headed over there. Queen Katie says, "Keyboard Slammy is so cute. He's just marching on the dough. So cute. This is delightful," says Oak. Queen Katie says, "The little German question mark boy?" Is that a thing? Is there a thing about a little German marching boy? Huh?
The MC is named will become he is the embodiment of the prince's will.
Oh, that's right. I think somebody else mentioned that also, that he's the prince's will. Now, my understanding, though, is that pun obviously doesn't work in other languages because I think Beowulf gave us like a list of names he has in other languages.
I heard from a puzzling creature that Big Pharma is a transformer. So I'm on my way to the icon looking for Big Pharma. I'm thinking of referring to my job as Big Lunga, as a fun play on words. I can't have my wife and 6-day-old son supporting me forever, especially since my wife spends all her money on frogs and my son is 6 days old and a heart surgeon who makes $2 a year.
Frogs? Your wife has a frog addiction? But thank you so much, Noobly, for the 10 bits, by the way. I do appreciate that. And thank you, Oak, for the 50 bits of the Beef Longa TTS. Unfortunately, Pharma isn't stationed in Iakan. He and Ambulon First Aid were stationed on another planet. So I don't know if you're going to be able to find him there. I can look up the info for you later, though, if you need it. Queen said he's a cutie. Oh, excuse me. No, Oak says he's a cutie. He says, you know, I wasn't big on Heisman ever since he started being racist to dogs, but he's growing on me again now. That's what stomping dough will do to a person. Oh, there's some fairies here. Let's listen into Dozy? Dozy fairy.
Huh?
For a second, I thought they meant like drowsy or something. No, just Dozy. Oh, it's you, Gallica.
Yeah, long time no see. I'm so happy you're safe.
A long time. Has it really been so long? Oh, I suppose you're right.
Wow.
I like that they seem to be doing the what's that anime? Freyrin? How do you say her name? The thing with the elf girl, the idea that these beings that live for hundreds, if not thousands of years, they don't quite get the passage of time. Tiff!
Wait, I'm Mr. Veal? No.
Oh, I thought it was going to say, I looked over and I saw some broken heart. I thought it was going to say less than /3, less than /3, also 38 months. Thank you so much, Tiff, for re-upping the sub. I appreciate that. Yes, most of last stream was taken up by the Revelation. And us getting a bad ending, just for funsies. So we got it, and we bleached our hair, and we have a British accent. I think when Protag talks, though, because I've been practicing it, I think I still prefer the old voice that we've been doing for Protag, so we'll probably keep that. But yes, Tiff, you are just in time for whatever revelations we're going to find out from Gruiday. Because she's, I guess, going to finally tell us the secret history of the Elder Tribe, what actually happened with all the murals and everything that we saw in the Dragon Temple, which kind of gave us a general idea of the past. We're going to, I think, finally just find out for sure. Expository info. That's expository, not suppository, by the way. It goes... The information comes out the butt rather than up it. And we're going to find out all that stuff. But thank you so much for re-upping the sub, Tiff. How are you doing?
Well, guess you didn't miss me much. It's been several months, you know?
Several months? Oh my, Gallica is keeping track of time now, is she?
What?
See, I like that they're so consistent with that.
Huh? What do you mean?
I am getting worried, though. I'm worried that Gallica acting this way might be a result of the prince's magic, and that at some point the spell's going to be cast and she might stop loving us. I hope that's not the case. I hope it's more of that she's realized that all of her time around regular people has changed her, and she doesn't have a place with the fairies anymore, so she can stay with protagonist forever. A day, a month, a year? That's people talk. What does time matter to a fairy? You're almost like them. But I guess that's kind of cool. Gallica, I love you. I want you to be like me. Either be like me or I'll be like you. I wanna be like you. Oh, here's another fairy. Noisy fairy. I thought we're not supposed to be loud because it'll spook the fairies. Oh, wow, it's Gallica. I don't know why, but I'm so happy right now. Come on, Gallica, let's play. What should we do? What should we play?
About that.
I'm sorry, but I can't play right now. Another time, okay?
What do you mean can't? Are you really Gallica? Whatever, though. When you can play, I'll be around. I hope Gallica isn't like turning too much of a buzzkill for her friends. Amicable fairy. Oh, I've never felt more at peace than here. I've flitted around a lot, but this village, and especially this place, is just so relaxing. Don't you agree? Maybe.
Oh, it's you.
Honestly, the best place for me is just beside Gallica. Oh, really? There's just this aura that draws us fairies in. Shame you people can't feel it.
And yet.
The village sure does have a lot of fairies. More than I've seen in any other place I've been, actually.
I hope that like this village doesn't have a secret thing where it attracts fairies because the Elder eat them. I don't want to eat Gallica. I want to smooch her. Yeah, we don't tend to stick around in one place for very long, but I guess this place is the exception. Isn't it just like a fairy to find somewhere we like and stay there for as long as we want? I want to be the place that Gallica wants to stay with forever. Oh, a hype train just started. Oh, because Babanon gifted a sub to Queen Katie. Thank you so much, Babanon. Yes, that's like 3 subs in a little while. So, oh, wait, what's that sound? Is that it?
What now?
Oh, Doomy's raiding with a party at 2. Perfect timing with Doomy. A hype train just started. Would someone be so kind as to do a quick shout out for Odoomy? Odoomy! Welcome! Just in time for the hype train. How was your stream? What were you playing? You were playing Spirit Farer. I feel like I've heard that title before.
Okay,
Oh, is this one? Or is this a different one with the rabbit?
Oh,
Rabbit looks like Rabbit's playing Squid Game.
look at that. Oh,
Oh, I thought Rabbit was going to ascend again. But welcome, Odoomy. How was your stream? How'd it go? I hope it's going well. We're about to get a big exposition info dump from this lady. Her name is Gruiday. Old Hermitis Gruiday. But yes, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Batmanon, for gifting that to Queen Katie. I'll admit the Hey Hey channel has been getting a little bit quiet lately. And I did post a little bit more in the subscriber channel this week. So thank you so much for the raid. I should read some more in the chat. Let's click on this lady though, so that we can at least initiate something more interesting to look at than just me from a wide view. Well, I'm thirsty. I don't know why. Nora says, I'm gonna, and then nothing. Quigita said, the key to fluffy bread, have it be stomped on with tiny bat feet from an old Batman who's a cool dad. Is he still a cool dad if his kid's dead? I'm just saying. Oak said, quote, if it's got urined horseman? Wait, who said that? Quigita said, I also endorse Apothecary Diaries. As a manga reader, I approve the anime. What the pa?
Logan posted feet pic in the subscribers channel, by the way. I spent 50 bits, therefore I'm trustworthy.
Thank you for the 50 bits. That's 5 times what you need to. We discussed. Oak tried to get me to post feet pics. I gotta say, I know I should let you guys think that and get the subs for the people who want feet pics. There are not feet pics in the subscriber channel. I am sorry. But thank you so much, Vero, for the 50 bits. And thank you all again for the hype train for the subs. Vero for your sub, Tiff for your sub, Batmanon for your gifted sub, for all the bits and bobbles of bits and things. I'm a little bit worried that it's taking Gallica so long to load this next area. Oh, there we go. Finally. I don't know why that was so long. But thank you so much, everybody, for the hype train.
Does this depict the Elder Tribe?
Oh, that's like a full-on painting. That's not like the Dragon Temple. That looks like a real picture. Nora says, says puzzled. Wait. Oh, puzzled? When are you going to watch Other Side? Oh, so it is Vero. It's just with a D at the end. Okay, Vero, when are you going to watch The Other Side Picnic? Huh?
Hey guys, just got to Akon and I've discovered that Big Pharma is also not here. However, I found a better job here. I'm gonna work as a Decepticon and post Transformers feet pics in the subscriber channel on Discord.
Oh no. Oh no. Does that count as feedback? So like if I grab Grimlock here Grimlock, do you want to show feet pics to the internet? Me, Grimlock, not comfortable with that. Well, I'm doing it anyway, Grimlock.
Hello, lonely man. If you would like to direct your attention to the bottom of chat, I would like to present my spoiler clip headed, and as such, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the truth of Wilhelm.
Okay, hang on. So I got to do that. So hang on. Let me copy this link here. So thank you, Bailey. Yeah, because that's right. Because I think Queen Katie had talked about how you had a spoiler clip, and then like posted a segment from what it was going to be. But before we do that, somebody who's want Transformers feet pics. So there's Grimlock's little toesies. Those little toesies. Okay, so yeah, let's check this out. So if anyone's lurking or is new and doesn't know the deal, every now and then, it's usually Queen Katie, but Beowulf sometimes does this to get spoiler clips, which is where I guess something that maybe is correct or really incorrect or accidentally foreshadows something, huh?
The Decepticon cause endorses feet pics. You can sell your soul to the cause and maybe get a feet pic of someone in the high command. Megatron is unattainable.
Thank you for the 10 bits, and Hype Train leveled up, all because Babanon gifted a sub to Beowulf! Thank you so much, Babanon! Hype Train leveled up! Level 1 is complete now, confetti. So thank you so much, Babanon, for 2 gifted subs in one night. Okay, so we are going to load this up. We are going to watch this on the stream all together. Okay, so let's see. So this is titled The Truth of Wilhelm. And so I'm guessing maybe this will be like all the times I guessed about a connection between Protag and the prince. I never got it quite right, but I think I came like as close as you could get, because there was no real way to say like, he's made a Magla and he's the creative embodiment of his will or something like that. So let's check this out. He's a I guess pretty boy. I don't know. Apparently y'all think he's pretty, but there's Gallica. She shall be my wife. All I need is to somehow make it so that she exists in reality, and then somehow trick her into thinking I am worth marrying. So we're going to dress me up like the prince? And have we said this before, that I'm a dead ringer for the prince? I mean, both protagonist and prince look like kind of anime pretty boys. But that makes me wonder if there's more of a connection to the two of us than we thought. Like maybe we were the same person when we were split into two. Like
I was close.
Maybe I'm the good aspect of the prince, and the real prince is the evil aspect of the prince, and he should stay cursed. Or maybe that's what the curse did, is it separated us, and all the memories of the two of us together are fake. I was close. I was so close with this stuff, man. And that lifting the curse would make me stop existing. But okay, so it sounds like we're gonna dress up as the prince. I guess I just gotta dye my hair color but he has longer hair. Well, yeah, just say I got a haircut, right?
You mean he pretends to be the prince? That's
I was coughing in the clip too. We also gotta get rid of our headband, apparently.
You know, this gauntlet runner was originally commissioned for His Highness's exclusive use. I'll do what I can to make it one worthy of him.
I wonder what if the prince dies? What if we start impersonating him and then the prince dies and it's like, well, now I just gotta pretend to be the prince for the rest of my life. I forgot to guess that.
SMH Logan not even subscribed to Beowulf.
What? Wait.
Common Logan Robo L. Boo.
Thank you for the 10 bits, Oak, and for pointing out my foibles, my flaws, my inadequacies. But thank you so much for the 10 bits. I do appreciate it. There's 2 minutes left on the Hype Train, by the way, if anybody wants to join in so you can get access to whatever free, I guess they're not free, but whatever emotes that you get as a reward. But thank you for the 10 bits. Let's keep watching this. Yeah, I had forgotten that I guessed like about the prince dying. I still did not believe that until like the last minute. It was so weird that like whole thing played out off screen. It has to be because like maybe that, why would they do that? So that it'd be a surprise who the murderer is? It probably is going to be Zorba, but maybe it'll be somebody else. Maybe it'll end up being Russell or something like that. But let's keep watching some more of this. Because I do feel like this game is leading up to Protag becoming the new king. Like for reals. See? The question is whether the prince is going to survive or not. Oh, but yeah, what if Protag has just dreamed the prince is having in a coma? Wow, Vero was like even closer than I was, apparently. I wish I was real, but alas, I'm a figment of Logan's imagination. Are you like the protagonist that we've summoned? Tomaso, the protagonist, reminds me too much of Igus. Oh, and Igus kind of did a similar thing in an episode. To be fair, she's not human. Maybe she can survive without eating for that long. Hang on. Still got a cough while we're listening to this Esperanto music. Oh, hang on, I gotta pause this one. It's kind of small. I have a theory, a metaphor theory, a game theory. So we have archetypes, right? What if Protag is actually an archetype, and he's the archetype for the prince? That's a good guess, Crystal. And that's kind of what it was. Kinda. A bunch of us were close. I like all these theories. I'm gonna turn down the volume though, because this music just seems a little bit loud. Oh. The time hath come, awaken no more, Prince the Dream, thou it's very small subtitles on my screen. That was our fusion, ha! Oh, they're shirtless, but it's okay. It's okay because they don't have nipples. That is, if you don't have nipples, then it's okay. That is the rule. And no more heterochromia. Now it's homochromia. So thank you so much for the spoiler clip edit. That was really good, Beowulf. I love seeing like little comments from everybody. And the hype train has completed. I'm gonna open up my hype chest, and I got it's a cute little laughing dog emote. So I'll just send that into the chat. And crap, we're like less than an hour into stream. We're already on slow mode. I will read some more of the chat in a minute, but I should probably play some game because that did take a little while. But thank you so much for the spoiler clip. Sissy, does this depict the Elder tribe? I also
Elder comes from an ancient word meaning only the old ones.
Oh, like elders.
It was an alien.
Huh?
You didn't see the best part. I'm so satisfied with the ending.
Wait, that was the... Oh, that wasn't the ending? Oh, there's like 1 second left. I'm sorry, I paused it 1 second away. Let's see. And then it just has a little flash of him standing up there. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed that. I know it wasn't quite a flash frame, but pretty close. Thank you so much.
By our ancestors,
and thank you for the 10 bits.
Who visited the village in the distant past.
Meaning the old ones, alias given by our ancestors to outsiders. Is it like elders? Because that's what elders are. Elders are old ones. Did they speak English? Is that the twist that we're American?
As for our original name, you know it well by now. We were humans.
Okay, so I have some thoughts about that. Because that's kind of what Luis said. He said that Elda are humans. And then he cast that spell that turned us into a big purple blob monster thing. And I had said before, I suspect that Luis might, when we finally fight him, himself do a phase where he turns into like a human monster thing, a human, like a metaphor ReFantazio human, like a monster type of a thing. I was also just thinking this today. I had a thought. The Elda are so reviled in all the places that they go, but they look just like everybody else, but without interesting features. Why can we not disguise ourselves? Why can't we put on a fake horns and pretend that we're Clamar? And then I realized, like, I had a thought. I'm gonna take a guess. Luis is a Clamar. He's got the horns, right? What if he's an Elda also? And maybe that's how he knows about this and why he has that book. And maybe they're fake horns. And later he's gonna see, these horns aren't real. Toss aside. I'm an Elda. Blah, 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 blah. Human monster. Blah, 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 blah. Just tossing that out there as a thought. Because this now verifies that he was telling the truth about that. Because I think some of our party members are like, oh, how dare he say that? Clearly that was just a spell that made you seem like a human. You're not actually a human. We are, like, Elda are apparently humans. Oh, sorry, I clicked out of the game. So, just a thought there.
The human tribe. So Luis's words.
I also like the idea that Luis, that he's evil, but he's not a liar. And he's also one of the few people who's not racist in this game.
There is no human tribe. Tribes, as we know them today, did not exist then. We were all one people. Humankind.
Well, except for you, Heisme. You're a bat. You did not evolve from people. You're a bat.
A world united. But wait. The ruins on Virga Island. There's nothing left of the civilization today. Was it destroyed? Why? How?
I don't know, probably by like Godzilla or something like that. He's always smashing up Japan.
A war. One that all but destroyed the world past. But its destruction was born of the discovery of Magla. Or as you call it today, magic.
Wait, wouldn't it be as they call it back then? Magic?
Do you wonder what they battled over? Without the divided tribes, what could they have disagreed on?
Oh yeah, it's so hard for me to think why people would have wars.
They were racked by division over the abstract, undefinable idea of rightness. They tried to destroy something invisible and destroyed only themselves.
See, it was Godzilla right there. But I also like the fact that we are addressing the fact that in the past, in the ancient past, which is our present, that we had issues too, because I feel like Protag's book has been a bit too idyllic. Is that the right word? The idea that it's like, oh, and everybody was happy and there was no division and they were all one people. It's like, yeah, we were all humans, but people found other things to fight and kill each other over. I should also read some more in the chat because I am probably so far behind. Vera says, it's so entertaining. I'm only 9 episodes in, but it is so good. Oh, so we're probably still talking about the Apothecary Diaries. Vera said to Nora, I totally forgot. Nora said, you said you would mid-April. It's June. Well, then Vera can't now because it's no longer April. Gotta wait till next April.
It's always dinosaurs existed and never dragons.
Oh, no dragon fossils out there. Okay, hang on. When you're doing TTS, does doing the less than /3 to show a broken heart, does that tell TTS girls stop speaking and don't say anything after this? Because that happened earlier, I think, with Tiff's sub message. But I think it sorts to the 10 bits. Yeah, no dragon fossils out there. Why? Maybe that. I mean, there's Komodo dragons. I don't know. And a pterodactyl is probably kind of like a dragon. I would accept they're not going to be lizards anymore. I feel like with every passing year, dinosaurs become more and more just like they're just birds. Like a velociraptor, it's just a little bird. That's all. Which I guess that makes sense because apparently the word raptor is still used today to talk about birds. But thank you for the 10 bits. I do appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, they tried to destroy something invisible and destroyed only themselves.
Any idea of absolute rightness is born of fear. That fear flooded the world and gave way to war. And their age of prosperity came to be called the world before.
See right here, we got Calamity Ganon, and we got the 4 divine beasts, and they're all flying in to take away half of his hit points for my boss fight against him.
The people we now call tribes were either born of artificial division for the sake of the war effort, or natural adaptation to survive the hellscape after.
Artificial division? So are we saying that in the war, they were like genetically engineered people and they're like, how about, what if we had goat horns? Or long fuzzy ears?
Humanity was torn apart by fear and anxiety, giving rise to the tribes as we know them.
Unbelievable. We've met plenty of people caught up in pointless conflicts. Given the choice, I know they'd rather live in a world without tribal division.
Well, I think most people agree, but the problem is, Stroll, a lot of people want to get to that world without tribal division by killing the other tribes, which is not the best way to do that. But okay, crap, I was gonna catch up more in chat because I was still so far behind. I got distracted by the game. I should learn to not get distracted by the game that we're playing. Eglin said, wow, Logan is 14 days late in chat /J. You /J, but Vera said, I also said I'd watch Beast Machines and it still hasn't happened. Whoopsie. I've got it on DVD. Vero, come on over. We can watch Beast Machines, we can marathon it. And you can play with my Transformers. Oak said, also, Nora, you have to watch Look Back with me now. I still need to watch that too. Vera said, been busy, trust. Oak says, yes, forgive Vero. Nora says, I was already going to. Oak says, Vero is awesome, so they can do anything they want. Vera said, if you watch Transformers 1, I'm gonna watch it. Oak says, infinite human rights. Nora says, Oak, instead of Oak. Vero said, I'll put a reminder too as soon as you watch it. Oak says to Vero, you should take this. Nora DLTF1 is pretty good and also only like 2 hours. Vero said, he's so wonderful. I love you, Heismay. Nora said, okay, wheat do I... Oak says, huh? Nora said, what do I watch it on? And Vera says, sigh, white hair, Heismay. Nora said, my burger is pink. Then don't eat it. That's not safe. That's ground beef. Oak says, oh, you mean rare? Nora says, yeah. Oak says, I thought your burger was literally pink. Noobly says, hello, I am here and a little drunk. We won't judge, Noobly, but thank you for being here. Nora says to Oak, he is. Nubly said, me too. Nora, no, Nora, you're not allowed to be drunk. And Vera said to Nubly, take it easy. And there's Cypher's raid. So I'm slowly getting caught up. Yeah, so my apologies to lurkers that I'm having to spend so much time stopping and reading chat. Hopefully it won't be as bad as last stream, but I still enjoyed that very much.
And yet the truth is, that world's already fallen apart. More than that, it's how we all got here.
And that's got to be discouraging, because then it feels like if that's our goal to get to that type of world, even if we achieve it, it's possible it might just devolve back into this type of thing all over again. Like, how do you get a good, happy ending when the things that you try to defeat aren't really defeatable?
Such drastic physical changes would normally have taken eons to effect. Accelerated by Magla, however, it was only a matter of a scant few centuries.
Oh, so this is only a few hundred years. Okay.
You understand now, yes. We, the Elder, are the survivors of the old world. Our ancestors fled the flames of war and thus escaped the ensuing divisions.
Okay, so I'll buy the explanation that magic, Magla, whatever, basically accelerated evolution, mutations, to create the tribes we have here. Great, okay. But to say it's only a few hundred years, because here's the thing, I don't know if you guys realize this, we have very clear records from only a few hundred years ago. Like, you gotta go thousands of years before records start to get sketchy. That means the prince, that is to say, I am a scion. I hope I'm saying that word right. I've never learned the correct pronunciation of both the old world and the new.
It beggars belief. Tis nothing short of astounding. But then, why do we know these monsters as humans?
Prejudice, racism, I don't know.
By the war's end, both sides were consumed by fear. Their magical assaults escalated with each retaliation, until it was beyond all control. Our world became a hell.
I mean, maybe Gruaday is getting to the answer to Hulkenberg's question, but it kind of sounds like she just ignored it. It's like, why are they called humans? Like, well, when the war ended, they were consumed by fear. Magical assaults escalated. It was beyond our control. Like,
rampant Magla distorts the body and mind. By now, I'm sure you know that better than you ever wished to.
Are you saying me specifically because of that spell that Luis got? So, is that spell that Luis cast on us, is that what creates humans? Like, are humans not naturally occurring, just mutated by Magla? Is he, like, out there actively spawning them with his magic?
Humans are what remains of that branch of humankind that succumbed to melancholy.
Or maybe not.
Broken, horrifying testaments to their own mistakes in the war of magic. Some persist, breed, and multiply as any beast does. Others live centuries of agony before their lives burn out. Even we do not know the full scope of their nature.
I'm glad this old woman took the time to let us know, yeah, those abominations to nature, those massive monsters that look like surrealist paintings, they get it on. Oh yeah, they still breed and multiply, they do it. Next time you see a human, just imagine that human hooking up with another one.
Regardless, when the 8 tribes settled in this land, our claim to the human legacy was forgotten. To the people, the name only meant slavering, insane monsters.
Wait, what do you mean 8 tribes? Shouldn't there be 9? Because there's like 8 of us, but also Grius. Grius is a Roig, right? So we have Paripus, Nydia, Rasant, oh crap, Mustari. Every time I try listing them, others disappear out of my brain. Ujif, Ishkia, Clamar, Elda, and then there should be Roag. There should be 9, right? Or is she just saying like the 9 tribes other than the Elda? Or 8 tribes other than the Elda?
Therefore, we took on an alias instead. The same one by which we are known today. The Elda.
So, the old world couldn't control its magic, and... Wait. How does the Sanctus Church fit in? All this revisionist history to spread their magic igniters.
Indeed, what are magic igniters to you? Tools for the Church to shackle the people, perhaps? Or weapons that hide magic's true potential? Am I close to the mark? In truth, it's the opposite. Igniters are tools made to limit magic. Restraints made in self-discipline, meant to avert a repeat of history's destructive mistakes.
Oh, so is it like by using igniters, it prevents people from, like, realizing their natural magic potential so that you can't have an escalation war? This is interesting. I gotta read some more in the chat, though, because I am still so far behind. Quickita said, yeah, I finally unlocked Heisme. I went to do the imp bounty. Turn 1 was said bounty. I got a team wipe and a game over, but I went to do it again, and no deaths that time. Luck is weird. So, Queen Katie, are you gonna keep track of your own death counters? So at the end of both our playthroughs, we can compare who had the most deaths? I think that'd be kind of fun. Oak says, Tenora, you're not old enough to be drunk. Eglin says, I think the CRK, Cookie Run Kingdom update is out now. Hopefully I still haven't gotten Eternal Sugar, and now I've awakened Hollyberry to deal with. Is that scary? Nubly says, I had a pina colada. You know what? I don't drink, but I have sometimes asked for a non-alcoholic, like virgin pina colada at restaurants. The pineapple and the coconut do be good. Cypher says, it was great with an at the end. Nora says to Oak, oopsie. Cypher said, wait, that's an old clip. What? Nora says, me too. Oak said, also, you aren't unless you drank a lot of alcohol within like 20 minutes. Cypher said, it is IA, so sorry. That's an old clip. Crystal said, that's the same clip. And then Nora says, Oak, I have some like before the park. Nubly said, Chad is drunk tonight. Vera says, laughing. Oak says, no, you didn't. Nora said, yes, too did I. Oak says, bro is lying. Queen Gator says, I love you, Russell. Thank goodness you're real. And then Oak says, hi, Dilf Bat. Queen Gator said, thank you for the recap, Mr. Russell. Please pin lol. Oak says, Dilf Bat number 2, I guess, because we have Heisme. Nubly says, I effing love getting drunk. A lot of people seem to. I've never seen the appeal to it myself, but that's just me personally. That's why I just have chocolate milk. Anyway, let's play a little bit more. Hopefully I'm getting a little bit more caught up to Twitch chat. Luckily, over on YouTube, the chat is like really, really sleepy and kind of dead tonight, so I don't have to worry about catching up on both places, just the one. All right, so we're talking about how igniters are the opposite. They're restraining, they're limiting our magic.
The Sanctus Church of today is muddied by greed, but its faith was born of good intentions. They once urged self-control, and thus control of one's personal magic. At times, they preached we must close our eyes to the truth when it would only lead us to ruin. By this benign tenet, history was obscured, and the Elder denounced.
See, I don't think that's a benign tenet. Close our eyes to the truth when it only leads to ruin. No, maybe I am just too, again, I don't know the right word, optimistic, too much of an idealist or something like that. But I think that you should never reject the truth, right? And if you're like, the truth will only lead to ruin, then the problem isn't the truth. The problem is what we do with it. And we just need to do different things with it. So that's not a benign tenet. That I feel like turning a blind eye to the truth because you're worried that it's going to lead to ruin just makes the ruin inevitable. But maybe I'm dumb. I don't know.
I had no idea. There's a grim irony in that.
His Majesty only hid his son's ancestry to protect him. Yet in the end, that meant Forden could attack the village under any pretext he liked, his motives concealed.
With all that said, you have now reclaimed your true form. The friends that stand with you are of different tribes and ideologies, but of one mind. As you are now, you may walk the path of the rightful king. The path of a modern world, where the tribes walk as individuals, yet with mutual respect and cooperation.
That sounds nice, but can I have my headband back? My bangs have gotten very long.
The sovereign's power.
Oh!
Thou king to be, entrusted with the will of the people. To bear their hopes is to be their rock in the storm, and to face anxiety in their name.
Are we gonna unlock like another level to our archetype? Because I thought our seeker tree had kind of reached the end. I think we are! Oh, I'm floating!
Yet,
I mean, dear.
anxiety itself
How am I
is
flying?
not something to blindly reject or desperately cast away.
I'm not standing on anything.
It begins with a simple thing, acknowledging its existence.
How are you doing this?
Accept thy weakness, walk forward alongside it, and thou wilt grow strong and true in its company.
Are my friends still down there? Are they looking up my coat skirt?
There is weakness in people. I'm sure there are many who would say that helping anyone in need is nothing but a fantasy.
And besides,
But realistic or not, I refuse to accept Luis's methods as the alternative. The weak and those who dissent don't deserve to die out as though that's the natural order.
And maybe that's also why Luis is going like, well, the strong, like I said before, maybe he's a human. That's why the bad ending was like everybody dies. Ozzy Zanagi! Kinda, with long hair.
My determination to challenge...
Achievement unlocked, His Majesty. Study the prince archetype. Oh, that's an archetype. That's a prince. Oh, that's why he had a crown, I guess.
My determination to challenge the unknown has awakened the heroic embodiment of the prince. Purple rain, purple rain.
let's do it.
Purple rain, I don't know the words. Let's do it. If no one understands me right away, I accept that. There will still be meaning in showing them my convictions in the fight to come.
Let's fight.
That is my mission.
That's it.
That's it. I made up
my mind. I'm with you to the end, no matter what.
Let's level up and get married. Or just get married. We can level up later. I love you, Calica.
Where's this coming from?
We're in love. It's a whole thing. You don't see what we do at nighttime when we're alone in our room? Huh?
Crystal was right.
Oh, about the prince being an archetype. Yes! Hey! Oh, I think it was that we were the prince's archetype, but it totally works the other way, too.
Points at the video Beowulf made. No way Crystal predicted the prince archetype.
Crystal! You got it. You know what'd be great is if instead of looking like that design there, it was just the prince just like standing there with the long hair. Actually, even better, just like laying down, being all sleepy on his bed. But thank you very much, Tim and Vero, and congratulations, Crystal. Thank you both for the 10 bits. Oh, we got a couple comments over on YouTube. Cypher is saying, are you sure about that? Because I can change that. I can easily flood chat. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but you're welcome to watch on either platform you wish, Cypher. Yeah, so congratulations, Crystal. You get a high five right there. Actually, that probably sounded like it's smacking you. I'm not smacking you, I'm high-fiving you. The thing I'm hitting is the palm of your hand. I'll read a couple more comments to the chat because yeah, Gallica she's totally gonna marry us. She's gonna marry us. Let's see. Cyber says, I hope I never get a clip from rating. All my Twitch clips have very edgy jokes. Was an idiot in my past. Well, it's good to know that. So we might want to just say, like, I guess next time you raid, we might forego the shout out that gives you a clip then, if it's anything that would get our channel in trouble. Nora says to Noobly, same seas. Vera said, I'll try to remember. Quiggy said, yes, I love all of Bat People. Not as much as the kids, though, because that's a crime, but I'll pine for the oldies, though. Noobly said, Happy Pride Month and Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Cyber says, yeah, you might want to cut clips off. I used to be very edgy, and they're very offensive and shouldn't have been said. I'm definitely better now. Noobly says, hope all my bros are doing good. Eglin said, 6 more weeks this due, 6 more due this week. It's a month and a half long with 2 classes. Okay, that makes sense why it's so much then. But I hope it's fun, at least, Eglin. Nora says, yes, AQI's air quality index is 210 today. Is that a lot? Like, is that 210 out of 220 or 210 out of like 6 million? Crystal says, Happy Pride Month chat and straight white boy Logan Big Magic Daddy Robo. Eglin said, I'm more worried about the math class than the public speaking class. Public speaking class. I've never taken one of those. We had a public speaking unit in 9th grade English, but that was it. Cyber says, but yeah, stream was good. Played some P5X and made my predictions on the state of play. and the Summer Games Fest. When are those coming up? And Nora says, I love being friends with a straight white cis man. It's so funny. Is it really that uncommon? I think statistically that should be common. Newbly said to Crystal, it's also Mental Health Awareness Month. Oak says, yes, Russell's theme song is constant F slur. Eggman said 3 assignments for Friday and 4 for Sunday. At least you still got a few days. Vera says, laughing. Cyrus says, Logan is like the pole for the LGBTW plus flag. He isn't a part of the flag, but he supports the flag nonetheless. I like that metaphor. Not being on the flag, but being the pole. Cyrus says, oh yeah, this is the Elden Sanctuary, isn't it? It is. Vera said, oh no, another overlapping. And Quick said, BRB, I must grab snackies. I had to do a lot of voice acting at the end of my stream, and I'm still out of breath. I totally understand that, Queen Katie. Enjoy your snacks. We'll see you when you get back. Let's play a bit more. So yeah, Stroll, just out of here. Stroll. This is some me and Gallica time. I'm just gonna look longingly into her eye, because look at the way she's like leaning forward. That's not just for balance for her flying. She's doing that, because isn't that the thing that guys are supposed to lean in 90% and girls lean in 10%? She's doing the 10% lean. She's waiting for a smooch.
Before we got there, this guiding voice thing told me my duties were over.
Duties.
Is she gonna say, but now, even without her duties, that she still loves us?
But what am I gonna do? Just go, okay, bye? Especially after we've come this far together? No. I'm going to face Luis with you, even if it is scary.
Even you've got to cope with anxiety, eh?
Yeah, that's the other theme, racism and anxiety. And then the third theme is marrying fairies.
I realized something in our travels. Anxiety can lead people astray. But overcoming it makes a person stronger.
Well, maybe that's why she's so different from the fairies, because since they all have this like really easy, flighty sort of life that they, just do what they want, they don't experience anxiety. And so that's why she's changed, is because she's experienced adversity and overcome it.
There's always anxiety in the unknown. I know what it's like to be afraid of something I don't understand.
You don't have to understand our love. You just have to accept it.
That's why I think it's my duty to help people face and connect with their anxiety. Is that okay?
Yes.
From now on, it's not about orders.
Huh?
If you were to have a relationship with Galaga, how would that even work with the size difference?
I just choose not to think about it. You know what? It's not going to be that different. I mean, I don't know how like biologically things would work with like babies and stuff like that. I assume it'd be like, lions and tigers. They have a liger as a baby, and it's an infertile non-species. But it's okay. Maybe there's just a lot less of the stuff that normal people do. That's okay. I'm lonely as it is. Not like I'm getting any of that action right now. So it wouldn't be that much of a change. But thank you very much for the 10 bits, Noobly. I appreciate it. So I had to pause because I read ahead in her line, and I want to hear her say this next sentence.
I'm with you because I want to be.
Oh, I love you, Gallica. I'm counting on you. Of course it is. Oh, of course it's okay. It's okay, man. Yes, of course it's okay. And I'm counting on you is nice, but I want to emphasize that, of course, yes, it is okay. That I'm not you. It's not that you convinced me. This was always the case. Of course it is.
Yeah. I want you by my side until the end.
Yeah!
Same here. Stick close to me, okay?
Oh, you better stick close to me too, then. Smile. Oh, I thought we were going to level up. That sounded like a Gallica leveling up thing. I think we still got one more level with her, right?
Well, we're past the worst of it. But the problem remains. Luis's dark magic. We've seen it turn the boy into a monster. And no doubt he can do it again.
It was just my mega evolution, like in Pokemon X and Y. I think we should be more worried about the fact that if he has a spell that can do that to me, he could probably do that to himself. He can turn into a kaiju. Let me read some more comments in the chat, though. Oak says, I just love that song. Cyrus says, Beyblades, I love those. I had a big collection growing up. Ooh, D&D is so fun. I've never had Beyblades. I'm going to be absolutely honest. Whenever I see them at the toy store, they don't seem to sell as well as other toys. So anytime if I like see a Transformer, like I want to buy this Transformer, I don't have money now. One of my go-to places to hide them, behind the Beyblades. If I can't find the Beyblades, hide them behind the pro wrestling action figures. Those ones seem to just go slower. I'm sure that they have their fans, and nothing wrong with that. But yeah, sometimes I need to hide them. Nora says, I'm not Jewish, but I heart dreidels. Cyrus said, I've only played 2 D&D campaigns. One of them had a panic attack and then a stroke and died because I roll a nat 1 and died. The other one is ongoing. Wow. That's something. Hey, and Eglin has posted a clip into the chat. Let me load this up on the clip viewer once again. If anyone's lurking or doesn't know the drill, when someone posts a clip into the chat, we load it up on our clip viewer, so we're going to watch it together. This clip from Eglin, this also tells me how far behind I am. An hour ago, I'm an hour behind, is titled Hot Take, ? Let's check this out.
People and world, huh?
Why does Faith Leader get to have a theme song
Oh, it's
and
this
not
bit.
Russell?
Russell does have a theme song, but because he's so old, it was written a long time ago, back when it was like more acceptable to use lots of like slurs, frankly. So it's just highly inappropriate. And he has one. I just don't want to get canceled for singing it. We shouldn't judge Russell. It was a different time. Different time. Although in this game, everybody is still racist, so like they're all okay with singing it. But I hot take, do not like racism. So thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Yes, that is the hottest of takes. I feel like people overuse that. People will always say like hot take, and then it's the most like conventional wisdom thing. The other thing I see a lot is when people say hear me out. They'll post like a picture. I literally saw somebody online a few days ago, somebody was talking about comparing the live action Lilo and Stitch movie that just recently came out to the old animated one. And they post a picture of the blonde lifeguard girl in Lilo and Stitch for the animated one, who was drawn as a very conventionally attractive woman. And the person is typing out, it's like, hear me out, ... It's like, what's there to hear you out? You are reacting as the artist intended you upon seeing this. This is not something you have to convince people on. They don't need to hear you out. They already agree with you. But yeah, I'll read a couple more comments and we will get back in the game and then hopefully catch up to chat. Nora says, I love D&D. Cyber says, wait, 25. Only need 15 to get affiliate. Yippee. Cyber says, wait, not even 15. 14. Oak said, yes, Logan looks like a small lizard. Nora said, Oak is telling the truth. Cyber says, he looks like a ghost. That's just because of my Irish skin. I am very pale. I walk outside in the sun and I freckle and then burn like that. Eglin said, would you prefer to be a big lizard? Yeah, I think. Big, powerful lizard. Oak says, Logan, don't read this message. Okay, I won't read it. Cyber says, he's an albino lizard, trust. Nora said to Oak, so 4 bits to me, what? Oak says, no, you agreed before I said that, it doesn't count, what? Eglin said, this is why chat got so attached to a bug. Is lizard Logan gonna eat Mantis? I don't want to eat Mantis, Mantis is our friend. Oak said, also, I was lying. Cyber says, canonically the protag's name is Will, according to the manga. But yeah, I guess it's like just a traditional name in all the different languages though, huh?
Boring hear me outs are so sad to see. A real hear me out from that movie should be gone to maybe Jumba and those at home.
Yeah, because you know that those characters have their following. I think that a what would be a really good hear me out? I think it should either just be something completely non-human, like if you're playing Portal 2 and someone is like, oh, I love Wheatley, hear me out, because he's just like a little computer core thing. He's a little ball with an eyeball in it, and it's like, hear me out, and it's like, okay. Or it should be something that's just really someone who's really drawn, not meant to be attractive, I guess. Oh, there's a pin message. This is written by Beowulf, pinned by Vera, said, pin this please. Would you rather be a fairy and be with Gallica or be a human and be with Chie? Well, here's the thing. Chie is underage and I am not. So unless you're talking about like, oh, okay, but you're both the same age or something like that, then that's fine. But I think there's probably benefits to being fairies as well. They live a really long time. They seem to get by just fine without 9-to-5 jobs. So fairy with Gallica.
Hear me out, Tricky from Xenoblade 1.
I don't know who that is. I'm gonna have to Google that because I've never played any of the Xenoblade movies. So 1 second. Xenoblade Riki. Oh, he's like a little ball with a fluffy floof of hair and wings. Okay, yes, that would be a hear me out. That counts as a hear me out. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Chat, feel free to give your own hear me outs and embarrass yourself in the chat. Otherwise, we can always reopen the anonymous confessions form and just tell you to submit your hear me outs to that, and then we can judge you anonymously. All right, so what's going on here in the game? Well, we're past the worst of it, but the problem remains. Luis's dark magic. We've seen it turn the boy into a monster, and no doubt he can do it again. But like I said, he can also probably do it to himself.
A forbidden spell, turning sane mortals into the fearsome human monsters. In other words, a destabilizing magic, churning a person's magla into a snarl beyond control. This man named Luis, he may have his own past in this ancient sanctum.
Wait. Was I right with what I was tossing out earlier, that maybe his Clamar horns are fake? We should ask him to get a haircut. Like, show us, make sure it's not on a band or attached by spirit gut. Maybe he's secretly an Elda, or maybe he, like the prince, is half Elda, and we're just we're the half that doesn't have like that. The horns sometimes, like if you have Clamar and Elda and they have a bunch of babies, like half will have horns and half won't.
Luis has been here? What do you know of him?
What do you wish to know?
What is this forbidden spell? Okay, I'm more interested in knowing about Luis. The forbidden spell turns you into a big monster. That, I don't need any more of that. I want to know more about Luis. Oh, hang on, we have a poll that has appeared on Twitch. It says a paid poll. Hear me out. Which would you pick? The options are conventionally attractive, literal rock, Cup from Transformers 1986. Do I need to, I'll pull him down off of the shelf so I can show you what Cup looks like. Hang on one second. I'll show you a Cup. Okay, his name is Cup with a K because he turns into a pickup truck, like K-U-P, pickup truck. And so this is Cup. He's an old man. He's a wizzled old man. He tells story. And his special ability is you can pull him apart. You can dismember him because he's all so old. He like just falls apart. And he turns into a really rickety old futuristic truck. And these are some Energon treats, though. He keeps in a little container to give to people with the universal greeting, Ba, Weep, Grana, Wheat, Ninny Bon. So that is Cup. Next is this just me sharing? And then my hear me out, question mark. Maybe. And we have another pin message says, confess to your secrets and they might be read anonymously on stream. Is that doc still accepting? I thought I had like undone that, but maybe if it's still accepting, then yeah, go ahead. Put your hear me outs. And feel free to still start them with, forgive me, Logan, for I have oopsied. But yes, that is going on. I feel bad for like the two people lurking over on YouTube right now. You're missing out on these amazing polls and everything. All right, let's play some more in the chat. Also, Cup was played by, where's the guy's name? I got the movie poster over there. Always forget his actor's name. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I want to hear about Luis. Yeah, the forbidden spell. I don't give a crap about the forbidden spell. Unless you can like tell me how to prevent it from working. I want to know more about Luis. Is he half Elda as well?
Who exactly is Luis?
Every time I heard of his doings in the wider world, I felt more and more sure that Luis is from this village.
Dude, was I right? Because again, that was just something I was thinking about earlier today. And so I just tossed that out. So he is either Elda or part Elda?
His knowledge of humans, his skills in magic, his grasp of darker arts. They're all beyond a mere soldier to begin with, however prodigious.
I'm glad I mentioned that earlier. Because when I thought about it, I'm like, I could say this now, maybe I'll wait till the next time we see Luis. Oh, the poll is done, and a literal rock won with 78% of the vote, with the tie in second place of Cup from Transformers 86 and My Hear Me Out, question mark, maybe, with Oak contributing 10 channel points. So you guys want to rock? There are Transformers who are rocks as well. I'll get one of them for you. Hang on. I'm just getting all sorts of Transformers for you guys now. All right, how about this guy? This guy's name is Magnius. And he's made of rocks. I think these are supposed to be pectoral muscles, but they kind of look like big boobies. But he turns into a truck that is made of rocks. And he has a pickaxe made of rocks. And you can see that in his cleavage, there's little wheels for his truck that are made of rocks. So there's that guy, if you want a literal rock and a Transformer. Oh, and there's some more comments over on YouTube. Oh, Crystal's posted the confession link. Cyrus says, for the lurkers. Crystal says, for the lurkers, share your hear me outs. Laughing, Cyrus says, bruh, I was in the middle of stealing your job. Shake my head. And then Crystal says, laughing. Okay, so let's see if I was right. This sounds like that we're going to find out that Luis is secretly Elda as well, or at least part Elda.
As it happens, a name does occur. Among those old families who perished in the fire, there was one by the name of Caradrius.
Isn't that the name of his gauntlet runner? I think, because I know we've heard that before. I want to say that's his gauntlet runner, but it's been a while since we did that dungeon. Am I right?
A family of doctors.
Oh, doctors.
I believe.
Okay, yeah.
In an effort to better heal the ills of the people, they had studied spells much like the ones he now exploits.
I hope his parents were named Thomas and Martha.
The details are long since lost to the fire. But if Luis spares our legacy, that may be the reason for his vast knowledge.
And I suppose he might not be an Elda. Maybe he was just like a Kalmar kid that got orphaned and was taken in by the Elda.
Wait. What about Luis's ambition? The vision Rella saw. Do you think he actually wants to turn everyone in the kingdom into humans?
Maybe? I don't know.
There is no known magic strong enough to turn many people at once, and none that can be cast quickly.
So maybe it's not even something that he would do intentionally. Maybe just his desires are so distorted that it'll distort all the Magla in the world. But again, he's got bad desires. A whole like the strong will conquer the weak. But he's also like one of the only people who aren't racist. And so I feel like he's probably not as distorted as someone like Forden was. I should read some more in the chat, because again, I am so far behind. Quickie said, my real question for the game is, what's our new day passing screen? No more sleeping. I hope it's just his bed. And we see mid-cleaning youth or whatever he was called, just like making the bed or something like that. Nora says to Oak, I hate you. Cyrus says, I thought Zorba was the first boss based on the demo. Not gonna lie. Maybe. I don't know, maybe. No, the very first boss. No, you fought the very first boss in the demo. Was the captain, Captain Klinger, in the Nord Mines. Eglin said, just an empty bed. Cyrus says, I miss Grius. Shake my head. Nubly says, I don't think you can come back here. Nora says, Queen Katie. Oak says, dang, 0 watchers. Logan fell off. What? Vera laughing. Oak said, never mind. It was a visual glitch. So there's 13. Okay, good. Because, like, you're here. It shouldn't be 0 if you're here. Queen said, what? I just came back with wafers. Nora said to Queen Katie, V10 news coming next week. Katie. Queen Katie said, what? Hold on. Nora says, V10 news at Anime Expo next week. Queen Katie says, oh, what is V10? Nora said, next month. Queen Katie said, my Ruby friends hadn't told me about that, lol. Nora says, I'm dumb. Next month, V10 news. Queen Katie says, we'll see. Nora says, I hope, because remember it wasn't last year. Crystal with an emote. Nora says G pronounced as J, so Giovanni. Queen Katie said, I don't know, Logan. My captions understand you either way, Giovanni or Giovanni. Nora says, Giovanni Pin. Crystal says, yeah, even TikTok made fun of you saying Giovanni's name. Yes, they did. Eglin said the name you struggled with in Violet was... Oh, was it Giacomo? Was that the one? No, because what it was is I did struggle with that name, but I also, in the Larry video, I mentioned how it's like when we were gonna go see him and we were clicking him on the map, he had the picture where he's like looking away from the camera, and it was even saying like, oh, look at this guy, he's got final boss energy. He's looking away from the camera, just like he's Giovanni or something like that. And people were like, it's pronounced Giovanni, but they're writing it, and so they're just writing his name. So yes, but I did struggle with that one as well. Let's play some game because we're like halfway through the stream. Hopefully, I'm getting slowly more caught up. There is no known magic strong enough to turn many people at once, and none that can be cast so quickly.
Even if it was possible, I don't know what it would accomplish. But this is Luis we're talking about. Who knows what he's thinking?
What do you wish to know?
Oh, so now we gotta ask about this forbidden spell. No, tell me more about Luis. I need to know more about him. You just like, hey, he's mystery. Tell me more about him.
Who exactly is...
Tell me. You just is the same thing. Tell me interesting new stuff. What is he like?
Wait.
What are his favorite foods? What kind of hair care product routine does he have? He has luxurious hair. Okay, what is the forbidden spell?
What is this forbidden spell?
The essence of magic is in the control of Magla. However, just as its chaos may be calmed, it can also be deliberately pushed out of control. That was what you saw. He whipped your innate magic to a frenzy, and you were lost to melancholia. Just as the humans of the ancient war once were. In every age, the cause and effect are the same. People learn fear, become slaves to their anxiety, suffer, and thus, the power of magic is born.
Hey, so good news. Anyone in chat who suffers from social anxiety, that's how magic is born. You're a wizard.
Pardon me. You mean to say anxiety is the source of all magic?
That's what she said, Yuva.
Magla is a substance born of the heart. generated when one feels anxiety or fear. By certain means, it may be kindled into power. That is what we call magic.
What if this is going to be like a Monsters, Inc. type of thing? Because you remember in Monsters, Inc., they're like, we need the screams of fear from children to power our city. And then they find out, oh, laughter works just as well. What if it's like, oh, magic is powered by anxiety or fear? And then at the end we find out, no, a better magic is powered by love and laughter and live, laugh, love, embroidered things on your entryway to your home.
In this way, it is by virtue of the anxiety in our hearts that we gain the power to overcome it. Magic is a natural process, and anxiety is its invaluable, irreducible fuel.
So yeah, we might get some, but also I do like the idea that even negative emotions can have positive, useful effects. Because I feel like a lot of people are always saying like, my mental health is so bad, I feel so bad about this and that and the other. It's like, well, that's not necessarily bad mental health. Like, you have negative emotions like fear and guilt and things that for a reason. It's bad when they become out of control and you're unable to cope with them and manage them, but like you feel those in order to help you avoid like certain dangerous things or bad behaviors and stuff like that, right?
But in turn, those burdened with more anxiety and fear produce more and more magla from their hearts.
So since Luis is powerful, is she going to try and say he has lots of anxiety and fear?
Without the willpower to face your fear, the magla overflows. Uncontrollable by magic, it can give rise to strange and terrible happenings as it manifests, with the world embroiled in chaos. These outbursts of swollen magic may be happening all across our kingdom.
'Tis the answer to everything. The melancholia crystals, the beasts driven feral. The very land is erupting with the weight of its people's fears.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's always racism or anxiety in this world.
Hold on. If Luis's art is rooted in bringing out this chaos, then anyone might be next. He said he became a monster because he's elder, but that wasn't the complete story. If what you say is true...
Indeed. All people today are ultimately descendants of humankind. If Luis so chooses, he could turn anyone into a human monster.
But once again, she claimed that he doesn't have the ability to do that to people on a massive scale. But like, what scale does he have? Could he like just create an army of a few hundred people and turn them all into humans? And it'd be like that final season of Attack on Titan, remember, with the rumbling, except instead of big titans, it would be just with human monsters?
Yet as long as you have the strength to confront your fears, even this transformation may be defied and overcome.
But if he would turn people into humans, if in the unlikely event that happens...
If there is any motive for such cruelty, it can only be hatred.
Okay, so maybe Luis has some backstory tragedy? Like she mentioned how his family were doctors, so they probably weren't military people unless they're like medics or whatever. So maybe they died tragically, and now he just like hates the world and hates society and is trying to take revenge on everybody, like blaming the system and the world for his personal tragedy, and so he hates the world?
If Luis is truly from this village, then their fire would have cost him everything. Such unjust tragedy could easily beget a thirst for revenge.
So, and when we're talking about the fire, we're talking about when Forden destroyed the village, right?
Even if it meant wielding a magic that twisted life into something terrible, instead of uplifting it. Indeed, it seems the opposite of an archetype. A truly dark power.
I will read some chat. I'm sorry, this conversation with Gruade is taking a very long time. I'm sorry for that, but I will read. Thank you, Oak, for the Tomcat. I appreciate that. Let me read a couple more comments to the chat. Let me read some more. Vera says, it's the G. Oh, that was pinned earlier. Cypher says, where did you get married from? What, married? Like, talking about Gallica? It's just my hopes and dreams. I just want us to be married. Eglin said, who I enjoy immensely. He is not in Pokemon Go, as far as I know. Vera said, you know what I mean? And Nora says, y'all, my mom's addicted to Pokemon Go. Like, I know y'all already know that, but still. Cypher says, yo, get that guy's wife to buy me Metaphor. Oak said, this is big news. Oak says to Cypher, that's beef longa. Nora says, pork made that much? Oh my gosh. Cypher said, FYM babies? How am I finding get fit inside that the fairy? No, you're not gonna. She's my wife. Oak says she's a private investigator. Nora says, oh, Oak said she's really good at her job. She makes like $9 billion a minute. Oak said she spends it all on frogs. Nora said, awesome, pork shorta is so peak. Vera says, I will absolutely believe you, no question. Crystal says, return the slab. Crystal, do you remember? So you remember what that's from, right? Nora says, my job interview is in 5 days. Break a leg. Nora, let us know how it goes. Oak says, Vera, what's the name of the location and Transformer? Any location? Vera said, that's a vague question. Oak says, actually, I prefer wherever farm is located. Vera says, Iacon? Oak says, sure. I actually have Cybertron over. I can't get to it right now. I could show you directly on the globe where Iacon is. Vera says, I don't know, farmer, haven't met him yet. Laughing. I know of him, though. Have fun. Nora says, bye, friends. Love y'all. Oh, wait, is Nora leaving? Oh, there. How did I skip that? Oh, Nora says I gotta go because I have to draw someone a Pokemon. Okay, bye. Okay, that was abrupt. I didn't. Okay, enjoy drawing a Pokemon. Maybe we'll see when you get back after if you do. Have fun. Cyber says, is Transformers to this guy what Persona is to me? Yeah, it's my thing. If you move the camera like in any direction around the room, you just see Transformers everywhere. Quiggity said, by the way, Logan. Oh, that was pinned earlier. And Vera said, yes. Cyber said they're called wrinkles. You have some too. No, they're not. They're like specific words for these type of the wrinkles down that part of the face. Oak with a pin message pinned by Vera said, Logan, how big is your room if you have a planet in? Well, the planet's only this big. It's only this big. And it's a very small room. I have never measured with a tape measure, but when I first moved in here, I paced it out with my feet because I figure my foot is about a foot. And so if it is, it's like 10 of my foot lengths in either direction. So it's like a 10 by 10 room. It's kind of small. Let's see. Quiggity said, can we pin that one? Thank you. Vera says, I got you. And Cyber says to Noobly, said that earlier. Yeah, his name is Will, confirmed by the manga and some other stuff. Okay. So I think we're good. We're good. Let's see. Yes, I think we can play some game. Even if it meant wielding a magic that twisted life into something terrible instead of uplifting it. Indeed, it seems the opposite of an archetype, a truly dark power.
Who goes there?
Yeah, big ears, I heard it before, all you guys. I'm kind of surprised that maybe Hulkenberg or Basilio did hear, but my ears are bigger. I heard that. I use echolocation sometimes when it's dark if I don't want to turn the lights on the gauntlet runner walking around. I heard it first. It was me. I have big ears.
Someone flees!
Oh, hang on. For some reason, I bumped my mouse and it like clicked out of that, so I didn't see what the animation would happen. So I got to look over the lag and see the door. Did the door open? Or what did we see? Oh, it's just that the door is open. It's probably Zorba.
Someone flees.
That's him.
Oh, it's Russ.
The malformed assassin who struck at the prince. He's bound for the woods.
Malformed? I mean, Zorba's weird, but I don't think he's malformed.
After him!
All right, boss fight time! We're over halfway through the stream. We'll do the second half doing a boss fight. Then hopefully there'll be a save point. Pin message! Oh, wait. Who's this?
What now?
This is written by Oak, pinned by Vera, said, highs may have fleas. He said someone. It could be anybody. Okay, we got to save our game here. Hopefully there won't be another hour and a half to 2 hours of cutscenes immediately after we fight this fellow. It might not be a fellow, it might be a lady. Could be anybody. The fact they didn't show the attack on the prince makes me think that it might not be Zorba, that it could be somebody. Oh, hey, you still got a bubble. What do you think?
Milady Garuaday.
That intruder came here to claim the prince's life. As it stands, his mission remains unfulfilled. In other words, the assassin hasn't fled. You should assume he lies in wait, biding his time for another opportunity to come at you.
Anything else? Can I talk to fairies? Any of those like golden beetles that I still don't know what I'm supposed to do with? Been collecting them since the start of the game. It's just so relaxing. Thank you. What do you say? Oh, there's more. Can we talk to these? Can we talk to these fairies? Can we talk to these guards? Seconds. I don't want to talk to second service first. I got to talk to first servant first. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna go reverse order. Second servant first, then first servant second. Second servant, what do you gotta say first?
I beg your pardon.
That sword once belonged to the prince, did it not? Though I suppose now that makes you its rightful owner. One glance and I can tell you still use it even now, not only for combat, but for sword surfing as well? That sword was a gift from Her Highness, our queen, and your mother. She was quite skilled with it. Free-spirited as she was, she'd fly about the forest, much to the ire of Lady Gruiday. I love that, like, we gotta run! We gotta catch, like, hang it, I gotta reminisce about that sword that you float around. Any doubts concerning your lineage are disproved by this blade and how you use it. You are indeed Her Highness's flesh and blood. Can I use it in here? I can't. I'm pressing the button. I can't use it in here. But I also can't, like, tuck and roll, which is usually what that button does when I can't use it. First servant, second! By their very nature, fairies are magical beings who can recalibrate the density of their magla particles at will. Should the need arise, they can make themselves practically invisible to those with lesser sensitivity to magla. This is why Gallica goes largely unnoticed. It is also why fairies make excellent messengers. I dare say the Sanctum is the sole place you'll find this many fairies flitting around without concern for being hidden. Needless to say, this bond is a testament to the long-standing intertwining of elder traditions and magic. If only your magic could, like, make you human-sized, Gallica. Because you're small, Gallica. You're almost as small as Crystal in chat. Prayer room! Alright, where is Zorba? Huh? Zorba, what do you got? Are you third servant? Are you just priestess? The assassin came running out of that door! Who could have assumed that he was still hiding within the sanctum? Well, at least he didn't kill anybody else. No, that's it. Anybody else got something to say about the assassin? Which way did he go? Bro, wizard attendant. What now? Now what is it? Accursed scoundrels, have you not stirred things up enough? Why was I struggling to read that so much? All right, who else got bubbles? You got bubbles? Tactless fairy. Are you leaving to the outside? I don't like how the outside feels anymore, so be careful, okay? After all, you just woke up from the longest nap ever. Well, see you later. It sounds like this place is addictive to fairies. The way that they're saying that they come in here, they're attracted to the place, and they don't want to leave, which is unlike them. Faith leader! Faith leader is still just standing there. Faith leader! That assassin who fled, his flow of magla bore little resemblance to a normal person's. It was unsettling. Please, be careful. Yeah, it's definitely Zorba. He's unsettling. What about you? What was your name? Something girl? Onlooker girl.
Oh, now this
That spell that went off was massive. I'm sure even the intruder wanted to know what was going on. Seeing as they came to kill the prince, they're probably after you. People from the outside world are mad. Well, I mean, the invitation still stands. Come hang out with me. Got a really nasty frog in my throat right now. That fairy's got nothing to say. What about you, manservant? I thought the assassin fled. What was he doing back here? Don't tell me you were followed. I'm fine, I won't tell you. I probably was, but I'll never tell you. Unlikely survivor, that figure who just darted by. Is he not the one who came to murder the prince? Ah, so the knave was hiding. He ran toward the stairs. That's this way, right? What? Is that Russell? Hey, oh yeah! Why'd I stop? Crap, I should have checked the other room. I didn't think the game would, like, force me into things. He had a bubble. Russell, is everyone safe? We are. We've had no casualties. However, we were swept aside like pebbles, unworthy of even a glance. I could do nothing but watch. I was powerless against him.
No.
There was little else that could have been done. Responsible as they were for the downfall of the resistance, any move we might have made would have resulted in needless sacrifices. I believe the intruder sensed the power of the prince's awakening and came to investigate. I don't know why he would have run away, but surely he has a plan. Tread carefully, please. Nod my head. Nod my head. I will tread carefully. I'll read some more in the chat because we got a loading screen. Oh, no, loading screen gone. So I could go check out that other room. Maybe mid-cleaning youth will admit to being old and might have something important to say to me about this predicament. Has this fairy got anything new? No, nothing? Mid-cleaning youth! How are you? The assassin didn't get you, did he? Oh, thank goodness you're okay, mid-cleaning youth.
But what is there to do
There's
now?
quite the clamor coming from outside, isn't there? Oh, please don't let it be another incident. I'm glad you're safe, mid-cleaning youth. You are important to me. All right. I wish I could sword surf. That'd make this much faster. So let's save once more before we go do this. Just in case, like, we get there and we are overpowered and we need to actually, like, spend what little money we have left on items from the shopkeep guy. Let's see. Vera said, laughing, I got you longa. Oak says, oh man, he's going the wrong direction. Am I? Eglin said, love how he hangs onto the frogs and not the fact that a 6-day-old is a heart surgeon. That kid is a prodigy. I believe in that child. But frogs? Oak says, add quote, that's what stomping dough will do to a person. How long ago was this?
We'll chase after the intruder, Russell. Everyone, please be careful.
Yeah, of course, and with the prince only having just woken, that accursed assassin went racing out of the cave. I can't fathom why, but he looked most bemused. 'Twas rather unsettling. Can you give me more of a description of bro? Was he purple-ish?
Ready?
We need to hurry after the attacker. Are you ready?
Let me make sure that everybody has the right archetypes equipped. That I didn't like give people ones to grow on or something like that. So we got Soul Hacker, Samurai, Ninja, and Summoner. I think that's everybody, right? Because my party is oh, that's right. I don't have Stroll because I need
to smash or not to smash. That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them to die to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks. That flesh is heir to 'tis a consummation, devoutly to be wished to die, to sleep perchance to dream, may there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come.
For those who don't know, Beef Longa, a very well-read individual, was quoting Hamlet, except about smashing, apparently. To smash or not to smash. To smash or to pash. I love that, so I used to help co-host a Star Trek The Next Generation watching podcast with a buddy of mine. He's a big fan of Star Trek The Next Generation. He started a podcast where we're going back and we're watching them all the episodes on streaming and then discussing them. And I helped him with a bunch of the episodes in it. But he came up with this concept for every episode. He wanted to do like a smash or a pass for the episode itself type of a thing. But he realized that you could do crush or push, which was a visual rhyme. And I don't know, that amused me.
Ready?
So that's what I always think of as well. In addition to smash and I want to say pash. It's smashing and passion. Or crushing and pushing. All right, let's go. With the I'm going to click here just in case we load into a cutscene.
This is better because it has Spock.
You know what? To each their own. I prefer Data myself, personally. But I know that the original series has its fans, too. I have only seen, like, 3 episodes of the original series. Anytime I've ever, like, happened upon it, it's always been one of the same 3 episodes. It's The Trouble with Tribbles. There was this one where they encountered this guy. He looked like Liberace, but he was like an alien that was basically omnipotent. And then in the end, you find out he's like a baby in his species. I heard that like later on they retconned him into being like a type of a Q or something like that. And the third one was one where they were like on a Western planet and like people were dying, but then they find out later that on this planet, things are only real if you believe they're real. So like Chekhov didn't really die. They only seemed like he died because they believed he died or something like that. It's always those same 3 episodes. But thank you both for the bits. Oak for the Beef Longa TTS. Noobly for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. I gotta read some more crap. I'm still all the way back at when Tiff did the re-upping of the sub. And Cypher says, Friarin. See, that's the thing. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, it is Zorba!
Stop!
Sorry, I still have that nasty frog in my throat. We should recognize his hair from behind. Nobody else has that. Ever since he started whipping his hair back like that.
You. Zorba.
Why are you surprised? He is like Luis's one remaining henchman.
So it was you behind the attack.
Man, I gotta like take some water or something. I don't know why I've just got this, like I said, this frog in my throat I can't get rid of. All right, let's kill this man again.
Indeed it was. I killed the prince, though he died all too easily. And the odd thing was, his aura felt awfully similar to yours.
So did he know what the prince looked like? And this whole time, has none of the bad guys been like looking at us and go, this guy looks suspiciously identical to the prince, except with the heterochromia.
So I decided to bide my time a while and listen.
Careful putting frogs in your throat, or Pork Shorta may spend $9 billion on the frog in your throat. And if you can't get the frog out, then she will own you. Boo.
Ah! The owning me sounds kind of scary, but thank you for the 10 bits. Huh?
He reminds me of Illumi from Hunter x Hunter standing there.
Oh, you know, I could kind of see that. I think it's because of like the long black hair. Like his face in his character portrait down here, I feel like is more emotive than Illumi usually is. But I just dig the Hunter x Hunter reference.
There really is something strange.
So thank you for the 10 bits, both you, Oak and Vero. Oh, I should have paid attention to what he was saying. So I decided to bide my time a while and listen. That's a good thing I did. There really is something stranger going on. There are stranger things, one might say.
Who are you? Are you the prince or not? Whatever your answer, I must report back to Lord Luis.
Not if I kill you, you weird zombie necromancer dude.
Do you have any idea what Luis is really scheming? If he becomes king, everyone in this country is doomed.
Yeah, we saw that in the bad ending that we intentionally got last time. We then reloaded, so it doesn't exist anymore, but we saw it happen, bro.
If that is what Lord Luis so desires, then I shall see it done.
Okay, this attitude, I feel like I only ever see this in anime. Is this like a Japanese Eastern culture type of a thing? The idea that if you believe in someone enough, it's like, well, that guy's gonna kill everybody again in the world. That's okay. I'm devoted to this person, so it's cool.
It's almost impressive how blind your faith in him is.
I suppose it's just easier to follow instead of thinking for himself. He's forgotten anything he really wants.
What do you intend to do? The crown is too heavy a burden for your reedy frame.
Well, I mean, maybe if Protag goes to the gym, does some squats, he'll be fine.
Lord Luis is the true king, who will save the worthy. And you are nothing but a powerless imposter, only fit to be sacrificed.
Oh, here's another thought. I said earlier, what if Luis is half Elda? They said that his parents were doctors or something like that. What if both of his parents were Elda? They were both Elda doctors. And what if when the king came and got it on with Protag's mom, an Elda, maybe she wasn't the only Elda that he hooked up with? Maybe he also hooked up with Luis's mom, that she had an affair with the king, and he's like our half-brother. And so he then would have, basically, I mean, he's older than us, right? Like slightly older than us, I think by a few years. Or maybe about the same age. I don't know. He looks bigger because he's got big shoulder pad things. But maybe he like technically has more of a birthright claim to the throne than us if he was born first. Maybe. I'm just tossing these ideas out.
He is no imposter, fiend. His Highness has finally taken
I'm
his
here.
first
I'm
steps
here.
on the road to victory.
I lost my headband. Have you seen it anywhere? It is tough. The bangs are getting in front of my right eye. It is very distracting.
Here at his journey's end, after enduring these countless hardships,
I mean, I know you're a bad guy,
become
but
a true successor,
if you see it, could you return it?
true ruler,
I'd appreciate it.
because he knows the people's suffering firsthand.
I do. I am suffering so bad from the lack of a headband. That is how I relate to people.
Well, imposter or not, it's all the same if he's a corpse. And
Corpse.
so I shall return the prince and his dying legacy to the underworld.
Ah,
where they
human! Remember, just imagine this thing getting it on.
Bastard! I wondered why you ran away, but it was all to lure us straight to this monstrosity.
I assume he just summoned that. He didn't like become that, right? He didn't cast that spell on himself. Right?
Keep your guard up. The melancholia is fueling his magic power.
Or but maybe like by the end of it, Zorba will also mutate into, maybe his second phase will be him turning into a human as well.
We've come too far to be stopped by something like him. Let's put our power on full display.
Okay. Parallelogram. Oh, and it's taking a while to load. Oh, the game is struggling. I should read some chat while it's just letting us know this peril. Oh, but
Or, Therese, this trope with the king's younger brother not having the right to rule because the king has an heir, so as long as he kills Menes, he can become king.
Oh, that is true as well. You have that. Also, I feel like you see a lot in any type of ancient mythology, folklore, religion, and things like that. It's very, very common that you also see like the older son, who should rightfully be the heir, losing that either through any type of unworthiness or something like that, and the younger one being the one who needs. Because I mean, you see this like in the Old Testament. I mean, that was a whole thing with like was it Jacob and Esau? That Esau was technically the older son of Isaac, but he sold his birthright for some pottage, which I don't know what the pottage. I assume it's like porridge, maybe, because he was hungry. And like I feel like you saw that a lot with a whole bunch of people. It's like, here's the one who was born first, but that person doesn't get to be. It's the younger brother. And I think that kind of creates the idea that, see, more than just blood is important. But I'm rambling now, but thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. And there's a pin message. Says, please pin. That's the very first human we fought. I know, because just fought it the other day when we started. Says Queen Katie. Okay, I thought it looked familiar. For some reason, I thought the first human we fought. Oh no, I'm thinking of the one that was like on top of the tower in the Nord Mines, because he had like pomegranate-looking berry. Well, we got to take another look at. So maybe it is. Maybe it's the first one. That'd be really cool if it all comes full circle. So thank you for pointing that out, Queen Katie. The power of your newly earned archetype prince surges forth. Oh crap! Yeah, I should have seen if I could have unlocked this. Okay, so we just got it.
Shows up again just when we've unlocked some new power. Kind of feels like fate by now.
So is this going to be mostly like a scripted fight to teach us how to use the prince?
Okay, time for a new fight. Stay on your toes.
All right, prince archetype unlocked. Prince is an archetype exclusive to the protagonist. Oh, so we can't just trade them all like we're all wild cards. What's Gallica looking at there? She was like checking her wings out. You can now change it out. Oh, as you wish. Oh, so it's like we're a Persona protagonist. We can swap it mid-battle. It can act as support for all synthesis skills. It has unique traits not found in other archetypes, but none of its skills can be transferred.
All right.
Can it still inherit them? Oh, you're right, because it's got the apples, except they're blue now. I think they were red last time. So I like that maybe it's stronger because it's blue, dabu dee, dabu da, do dabu dee. Okay, so it just made me automatically do this. Heroic Slash deals heavy physical slash damage to one enemy. Damage boosted against human-type monsters. Oh, so he's useful against humans. If I remember correctly, when we fought this guy, we had to, like, kill the apples first. I think every time his HP would get down, he'd eat one of the apples, and so we need to get rid of them. Oh, yeah, we can do leg. We can do apple. Apple. Okay, yes, I do remember this guy now. I think he would do a spinny leg thing, and so we had to kill the legs first. Homogorlio. Yeah, oh yeah, because we even got like a Homogorlio apple, I think was our prize. And wings, okay. So let's take out the legs. I feel like we need to reduce his attack first.
Edge.
Blade Edge. Oh, it only did half of it.
Clean up this mess. Forward.
Forward, up to the front. Let's assassinate. That's only one enemy. Only one enemy. Do we have any multi-target stuff? Adamant Nightblade deals heavy damage to one enemy. Decrease their hit evasion for 3 turns. Yeah, we want to do that. Decrease their hit evasion for 3 turns. I guess to the leg? We gotta kill the leg.
Some darker arts.
Yeah.
This is the path.
Okay, what do you got? What do you got? Summon Beast. That's, again, only one enemy. Darn it. Medium ice damage to all enemies. Oh, to all enemies. That's pretty, but it's only medium.
The situation is changing.
Since we fought this guy before, we should know what he's weak against, right?
Brute force through this one.
But we don't. So let's try the ice against everybody.
Already.
And this, I did this off stream. This is Jack Frost. Check out our Jack Frost.
Jack Frost!
Jack Frost! Hey ho! I can hear him. Where is he? Where's the animation? There he is. Yeah, the game is lagging really bad right now. Don't know why.
Help me finish this.
Didn't do a whole heck of a lot.
I'm ready whenever.
Okay, and also, wait, is this the same pin message? Oh, there's a new one from Queen Katie said, ooh, and it makes sense for it to be this human too, because we awakened to an archetype back then too. I love when things go full circle like that. It's great. I like it.
Here I go.
Okay, so we gotta do what's really good that he could do. Fred Z deal heavy physical strike damage to all enemies 1 to 3 times. Yeah, we gotta do that. It's a lot of MP, but it's not like we gotta conserve it. And hopefully this will take out at least the leg right now.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked.
I like
Okay, I think we got one of the legs. Knock blade spin, still doing a little bit of damage. Not too bad though. Oh crap, but we don't have any other healers besides Protag. We might have to have one of our other guys doing some healing skills. Okay, so what do we have left? We got the wings, we got the apples. Oh, okay, 2 of the apples are gone. So let's see if we can finish off this apple, because again, those I think he was able to use to replenish his hit points. So this should make the fight go quicker.
Be neither timid nor arrogant.
You, bro. I mean, that didn't do a whole lot of damage. So I think we're good one more turn without healing.
I'll use what I must.
Let's have him do his Adamant Nightblade again. Who are we gonna do it on? The wing. It's just the wing or the body. Let's do the wing. Maybe that'll like take away some of his extra turns that he has.
Formidable indeed.
Everyone is counting on me.
Let's have you do
Give me strength.
the summon fairy doesn't do a whole lot to the main body. Let's just do this, and hopefully we can take out the wing, and then Basilio can focus on just the body.
I destroyed it.
Hey, okay, so it's just the body now.
You better be
So we're
ready.
doing good. I mean, that's heavy. It's all enemy. I guess maybe we shouldn't have, because he's going to be doing this anyway. This would have hit everything. Oh, but bro has a lot of hit points, though. Maybe we should... Should we pass his turn and go back over to Pro Tag? No, let's just do it. Let's do it. Because it hits multiple times, at least. Wait, how did he do that? No, he's got no legs. How is he still doing that without legs?
By this power.
He shouldn't be able to do that without legs. We will do some healing this turn, though. Because some of our hit points are getting a little bit low.
Let us clean up
You're
this
going to do
mess.
some healing. Do we have something that heals everybody, I think? That's one ally. No, we got to get multiple allies. That's restores spirit dust. We don't have a whole lot of these things, though. Oh, Protag has a lot of hit points, by the way. I just barely noticed. Let's do Great Fairy Dust to everybody.
This should work.
I don't know what happened. Okay, I should read some chat.
That was helpful.
I should read some
I
chat.
owe you one.
Let's see. Yeah, Cyber's saying Freyran. Oak says to Eglin he's really good at his job. Crystal said Free Ren. Crystal says Tiff. Oak says Tiff. Oh crap, I'm still where Tiff just barely arrived. Vera said, I think Beef can go on one of Cybertron's moons. I mean, they already got a human working there. That's right. Except both moons were destroyed in the distant future year of 2005. Vera said they made Matt is British. I'm devastated. Cyber says also fairies are normally not great people. Other than Gallica, they have a tendency to not care about anything but themselves and have fun. So we got a good one. Oak says, add quote, the information comes out of the butt, not up it. And Vero adds the quote. Oak says, add quote, that's what stomping dough will do to a person. Also this one, Tiff said, wait, I almost missed quote 600. Oak says, yes.
Everyone is counting
Queen
on
Katie
me.
said, it's the best quote. Tiff says, I miss so much. Darn you, life getting hectic. Oak says, yeah, Buzz killed Gallica. Queen Katie said, you should have seen it, Tiff. Logan had an entire date with a pink sprite. Oak said, you need to watch the VOD. He pulled out a full-on suit. Oak says, Batman. There was a Doomy's raid. Queen Katie said, Batman, thank you. Cyber says, okay, I can't understand liking Gallica that way. It's weird and feels like vor to me. I'm not gonna eat her. I just think she's adorable and nice, and I like her. Cyber says, I equal TS gross to me, and that's fine. It's not for everybody. That means that she's all mine. Odumi says, tee-hee. Vera said, I missed that game. Spiritfarer. I think we talked about that before. It sounds so familiar. Queen Katie said, oh, Spiritfarer. It's a game where you help spirits pass on. Odumi said, that was Queen Katie saying that. Odumi says, yes, it is. Stream is good. Tiff said, I love Spiritfarer. I haven't finished it, but I like what I played so far. Odumi said only played a bit of it, but yes, it's very cute. Queen Katie said technically, we are Heismay's kid now, so basically he adopted us. Cypher said for free. Newbly said, I love the Apothecary Diaries. Cypher said, oh, wait for free. You need a sub. Said, oh, no free, you need a sub. Vera said, for the price of a sub. Cypher says, I already spent my prime on my boss. Cypher said, how far back is he in chat? And there was Beowulf's clip. We already watched that. Oak said, very, this happens a lot. Bumbo says, hi, Bumbo, are you still here? Hi. Cypher said, dude, I don't know if it's just me, but checking chat is so easy to me. Eglin said, fully thought it was just going to be a Rickroll. Beowulf said, common Batman on W. Queen said, well, that's what happens when he plays a game hyper-focused. Bubba said, probably during the stream. Sub will go, oh, well, fun while it happened. Oak said, Cypher, yeah, he just gets a lot of messages and reads them all, and he has to spend a lot of time reading and then playing. Cypher said, also, I have a spoiler clip. Oh, hang on. Let me load this one up into our clip viewer. So once again, I guess Cypher is joining in the fun from Queen Katie and from Beowulf as well. Oh crap, no. Okay, no Rick rolls allowed in here. Rick rolls are DMCA unsafe. Please don't do that here. Please don't do that in here. I don't want to get punished by Twitch.
Even my strength.
Queen Gator said, huh, really? Oak said, you can't fool me. Queen Gator said, please don't do that, and almost got tricked. Vera says, oh my gosh, no way. Oak said, this is amazing, Beowulf, you need to post this in spoiler chat. Chris says, wait, I forgot I did that theory. Beowulf said, Oak, if you're the metaphor, chat is already there. Vera said, those community is filled with smart people. Cypher says, I want to play this game so bad. Queen Gator said, yeah, lol, imagine giggles me and Beowulf had in secret.
To a priestess.
And there's where the hype train ended. Wow, I'm far behind in chat. But also we need to kill bro a little bit, just a little bit of killing bro. Wait, oh, she has some healing, but that's only for one ally at a time. Let's just, yeah, I guess fire damage on the enemy here. When we first fought this guy, did he have any weaknesses? I feel like he didn't. He's just got a lot of hit points.
Not bloody likely.
Oh, I should be checking what our synthesis skills are. I'll do that the next turn here. But we're doing pretty good. We got him about like a third of the way down. Oh, and he's growing his apples back.
Quick, knock them off again.
Okay, I will. Oh, ow. Ow, that hurt. Okay, so let's see what syntheses we have.
We'll do this together. We're no strangers to love, you know the rules, and so do I. Full commitments, what I'm thinking of you. Wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how
You wouldn't
I'm
get
feeling.
this
Gotta
from
make you understand.
any
Never
other
gonna give you
guy.
up.
Just
Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make
just
you
wanna
cry.
tell you
Never
how
gonna
I'm
say-
feeling. Thank you very much for that. That type of a Rickroll is fully acceptable. So thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Okay, extreme physical pierce damage to one enemy significantly decreases their attack for 3 turns. That'd be good. Fire art, extreme fire damage to one enemy may inflict burn. Blackguard's hammer deals severe physical dark damage to one enemy, inflicts a one-time weakness to dark. Oh, that would be good. Because then Heismay will be able to get another turn, so it'll be like we won't have lost a turn. Royal Sword deals severe physical almighty damage to one enemy, increases damage against human-type mons. Ooh, but that's good too. Royal Sword. Oh, everybody can do Royal Sword. Maybe we should do it, because that's... that'll give us a weakness, but that'll give us an extra turn. But this is more against human-type monsters. Who's got the most MP right now? Looks like it's probably Yufa. So Blackguard's Hammer or Royal Sword. I guess we can do one of each and then just compare them. Let's do Blackguard's Hammer this time. See what it does, see what kind of boost we get for the one-time weakness to dark, and the next time we'll come back with the Royal Sword and see if that's significantly better. Deal? I think that's a deal. Oh crap, why did I skip that? I want to see the animation. I haven't seen that before. So that was 1078.
Perhaps this suits.
And so now we'll be able to see, because we do this, that's going to be... Wait, what is Lurking Nightblade? Oh, that's just media, but yeah, we want to do Adamant Nightblade. And that'll make it so that we don't lose a turn.
You hit their weakness.
This is
Okay, Yufa though, oh crap, you gotta do some healing. You gotta do some healing on yourself, girl. You're hurting. And then
Staying safe.
Basilio, just do a frenzy again until you run out of MP, bro. Oh crap, I should have been focused on the apples. I forgot about the apples. Dude's gonna heal himself by eating his apps.
Tough one.
Eating his apples. Not Blade Slicer, or maybe not. Maybe he'll just be on the offense. Okay, he hasn't eaten any apples. We're good. We are still good. We are still in excellent shape here. Let's try a different synthesis and see what the other one does. Let's see how Royal Sword goes if we do that instead. On to Bro. Oh, I did real good. We gotta do some healing though. I guess a Great Fairy. I should probably do Spirit Dust though. Oh, I'll just do Great Fairy Dust on everybody.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hey, Logan.
That helped
Has
us out.
anyone ever told you that you have beautiful eyes?
No.
Everyone is counting on me.
Exactly, because they are freshmen. I'm sorry, we still love you, Logan. You bring us all lots of joy, less than 3.
I love how there's just enough pause for me to say no. No, they haven't. But thank you so much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Like, I've seen, there have been comments I've gotten on, it was either TikTok or YouTube, I can't remember, people were like, bro, get some brown contacts or something. I do feel like the lighting in here does weird stuff. It makes things seem more blue than they are. I've mentioned before, like, I've got this Transformer over here, Skywarp, and he's got, like, purple. It's supposed to be, like, lavender purple, and you guys have said it looks blue. And I've always thought my eyes look more turquoise, and so I think that it just, like, the lighting here, maybe it's the camera. Maybe when I finally do like a fundraiser to do my upgrades, maybe I'll also upgrade to a better camera and see if maybe if I get a better camera, my eyes will look less blue, huh?
The brown contacts thing is a meme, trust me.
Is it a meme or do they just meme? Do they really meme it? when they say it to me. But thank you both for the 10 bits. I actually am not familiar with that meme, so maybe. But thank you for the 10 bits, both of you, both Oak and Vero. I appreciate it. We're gonna pass on your turn here because you can attack all enemies, and this should hopefully clear out one or two of the apples. Maybe it'll even kill the body. Probably not, but
destroying's my kind of thing.
okay. Now he's gonna eat one of his apples, probably. Soul Scream gave 4 turn icons.
More apples? Quick, knock them off again. You've regenerated the head wings. Here comes another round of wind attacks. His legs are back to normal. We'd only just taken them out.
Google I'm shaking by him brown contacts, please.
Google I'm shaking by him brown contact. Okay. I will in a second. Is he still dying?
Let me handle those apples.
Okay, Gallica, you'll handle the apples. I'm gonna Google this though. I'm Google this. I'm shaking by him brown. Oh, hang on. By him brown contacts. Oh, it's a picture of a dog. Let me click this. Oh, it's a dog with blue eyes. It's a little wiener dog. It's a dachshund. That's adorable. But thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Okay, yes, handle the apples, Gallica, just like you did in the early game. Have Gallica knock down the apples to keep the foe from healing. Yes!
All right, leave it to
I
me.
love you so much, Gallica. How come you didn't do this for other boss fights? You did this for the very first boss, but then never again until now. It reminds me whenever we'd send Ryoji to do stuff in Persona 5. I love you, Gallica.
Now it can't heal itself anymore. Don't waste your chance. Get in there.
Okay.
We'll do this together.
We should do Royal Sword again on this thing.
Let's go.
How's this?
And we'll watch the animation this time. Yeah, that looks powerful. Hey, we got it. But where did Zorba go? He wasn't like down there commanding his Pokemon or his stand or whatever that thing was supposed to be. Yay. Wind God's Gale. Oh, it's a seeker weapon. Nice. Anybody leveling up? Hey, look at all these ranking up and in. We're gonna get so many heroes loafs of light. We're like 5 of them. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Crap, I need to use some of them. We're probably close to 99 of those now. Thank you, Vero, for the secret redeem. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, crap, I gotta allocate points onto things. Let's give magic and agility. Sure, I think those are probably good. Yes.
Even I had more to
Good
learn.
for you, Heismay. Good for you, Yufa. Basilio, you should have leveled up. You're so low on your levels, bro.
The bastard got away.
Why didn't we send someone to chase after him? Only 4 of us were fighting.
I say.
Hi.
You chaps boggle the mind. It's no mean feat to fight on even footing with a human.
Hi, welcome back, Norris. Are you hooking up with the old lady here? Is that why are you here? I should read some more in the chat. Oak says homochromia just in time for pride. Vera says, I'd quote, no more heterochromia. It's now homochromia. Bill said the last few seconds are timed to the music. Oh, it was? I'm sorry, I didn't notice that. I don't notice music stuff, but that's cool. Cyrus says, oh, you haven't fought him yet? I've spoiled even farther than y'all have. Oak says, we've done tiny little fights with him, but not the real final fight. Cyrus says, gotcha. I've gotten spoiled for like the entire game, but I know nothing in the in between the demo and the Prince fusion, to be honest. Oak said it's peak and haven't even played it. Cyrus says same. Oak says just from seeing Logan's playthrough, I feel like like I'm so close to these characters. I agree. I love these characters. Cyrus says idealistic. So maybe that's the word I meant earlier. Queen says, I wonder if this is why Clamar is one of the top tribes in the modern times, because they're the closest besides Elda to the original humans formed despite their horns. So yeah, maybe that's like they're the least mutated, I guess. Cyrus says, to be fair, how else would you manage to make it all one tribe? Selective breeding? I maybe just say like, hey, enforced interracial marriage, everybody. Can we get a said, also, wait a second, where did we get that bat tribe from? Wait, what do we, Heismay, do you not remember where we got Heismay from? Oh yeah, and also Russell is hanging out here. Why? I think it's just because he was one of the prince's attendants, not because he was like an Elda. Cyrus says, wait, what? Who had sex with a bat to make that happen? Oh, there we go. We're asking like where they mutated. I think it's just that the bats mutated upward. I don't know. Cypher said, peak mention, that's me, my raid with only me in it. Vera said, speaking of beast machines, I ended up starting rescue bots instead. Even though it's a kid's show, I'm enjoying Heatwave being done with everyone and everything kind of leader, because in previous shows, it's always Optimus or Bumblebee with the we can do it team attitude. But with this, he's just powering through with reluctance to humans, which is so valid, and it's a breath of fresh air to see. I've only seen like 2 episodes maybe of that. I liked Blades in it. I thought he was fun and very neurotic. Cypher says, I need a spin-off game or a one-off animation about the times in between then and now. Like, how did all this evolution happen this short amount of time? Lots of just mutated doing of it. Vera said, it's such an Atlas thing to do. Cypher said, it's the rhetorical question, or can I answer? Probably rhetorical if I was asking a question, because I don't want to be spoiled. Vera said, just explode everything in your face towards the end of the game. Nah, never answer question he asks out loud unless he addresses chat. Yeah, if I'm just talking, it's rhetorical. I'm like thinking out loud. Castle, how you doing? Says, well, the thought of humans getting it on is even more reason to kill them with fire and bleach, I think. You know, a little bit of this, a little from column A, a little from column B. Cypher says, one day they'll answer why Akechi's still alive in P5R. P5 Arena will happen, trust me, he screams as he's dragged off into a white room and put in a straight jacket. Well, there's that deleted scene, right, with him just getting a spa treatment. Vera says, laughing. Oak said, I just spent so much time making a theory in spoiler chat, and Logan made this the exact same theory, but phrased better. Really? I guess don't tell me. Can you? Are you allowed to tell me what it is, Oak? Vera said, welcome to the White Room. You've been here as long as you remembered / reference. Oh, yeah. Cypher says P5 Arena is gonna happen. Trust me. Beowulf said, pin this, please. There's a spoiler clip edit which is yet to be made for this scene. Oak says, although I have more evidence. Cypher says, there was one I should have made earlier, to be honest. Hopefully someone got it. Vera said, they'll port 3DS Persona games one day, trust. Quiggin said, oh, don't worry, I'm keeping track of the deaths. I have 2 game overs while you have 3 so far. Okay, but it'll be a contest. The winner has to... I was going to say buy the other person pancakes, but you can't actually do it. The winner pretends to buy the other person pancakes. Has the intention to do it. Cypher says, had a non-alcoholic once at a wedding. It was pretty good stuff. I never want to get drunk. Hungover would F with me. Plus, I doubt being drunk would mix well with my meds and ASD. I'm not sure what ASD is, but yeah, you gotta be careful if you're on medications. Bill said, honestly, I prefer the port of SMT games because SMT4 is peak. Oh yeah, Cypher, I was saying Beowulf is the one that you ought to talk to about regarding Atlas games. Cypher said, we gotta reach the truth, not reject. We gotta reach to the truth, not reject. It's time to make history in this shadow world. See, because that was like the whole moral behind Persona 5, right? Is that you'd never reject the truth. You accept it, even if it's bad. Vera said, I agree with being hungover is probably too much a consequence that makes me never consider drinking. I lived without alcohol. I think I'll be fine. Well, and here's the thing. Because I don't drink at all, whenever I like go to conventions and things like that out of town, friends of mine will oftentimes want to go and like hang out at bars afterward. Not always, it depends on the friend. And the ones who do want to go to bars, they know that like, hey, we got to bring Logan. He's a designated driver. He's not going to drink. And I don't think I love hanging out with those friends, but I don't think they realize how not fun bars are when you're sober. Because there's a bunch of people who like get drunk and they're tricking themselves into thinking it's fun there because they're laughing at stuff that isn't fun and isn't funny. And I'm just there as like, yeah, this is not an enjoyable place. I'd rather be hanging out somewhere sober at IHOP at 4 in the morning or something like that instead. Cypher says, truth nuke, I fear. Vera said, port everything Atlas. Beowulf says, facts. Cypher said, don't port OGP3. It was so trash. Castle says, only alcohol. Put my finger in my mouth. Put in my mouth is mouthwash. There you go, because then you're just spitting it out. Cypher says, I didn't even have an IGA social link and all the romance routes were forced. Beowulf says, Cypher, party control hack. Vera says, oh, Beowulf said, made FES so much better when I played it last year. Vera said, this is what happens when you get your anxiety under control. Trust me, you will be floating and voice will talk to you. Prince archetype. Cypher says, crap, I missed it. Tiff said, it's Prince time. Vera said, oh my gosh, Crystal, you called it. Vera said to Crystal, no way. Cypher said, Crystal, no way. Quicken said, holy heck, Crystal. Cypher says, seconds before. Okay. Oh, and someone's hammering some emotes over on YouTube, probably to get my attention. Crystal says, beautiful eyes, : and then there's a YouTube link. What is this? What is this YouTube link? Is this a clip from our stream? Is this something we should pop up onto the chat before we get back into this cutscene? Oh, it is. This is a clip from the stream tonight. So let's, I guess, check this out. It just titled clip, I think.
Hey Logan, has anyone ever told you that you have beautiful eyes?
No.
Everyone is counting on me.
Exactly, because they are fragments.
Thank you.
The timing on that. Thank you very much, Crystal, for the clip. I appreciate it. Crystal, I've been meaning, I want to post the clip that you took from that AAI stream with the penny date. I need to post that like on Twitter or something like that. All right, we'll play a bit of the game and then we'll be back to the chat soon because hopefully I'm starting to catch up a little bit. It looks like I at least got to the point where we unlocked the prince, which can't have been that long ago. Oh, and also, crap, we're almost 2.5 hours into stream. Now's a really good time to start keeping an eye out for raid suggestions for later on, for once we reach the 3-hour mark. Just saying, just putting that out there. We'll eventually need those.
I say, you chaps boggle the mind. It's no mean feat to fight on even footing with a human.
I'd hoped as much. You may yet have the power to face Luis at his full strength.
So do I still need to level up the prince? He didn't seem level upable. It seemed like that's just something I swap in sometimes.
It's good to see you're safe. We've certainly taken these powers a long way. Maybe we thought ourselves invincible.
We are? Didn't you see what we just did? Stroll? That was amazing.
But don't worry. At long last, the prince is safe. In a manner of speaking. Everything's going according to plan.
Tell that to Fidelio, bro.
Still, what's our next move? The people think you a monster. We'll not find any public backing like this.
I think we just gotta go kill Luis again. Just do it in public. Rematch in that Yu-Gi-Oh! Battlefield that we had.
Alces once said that His Highness the Prince was a soul born into adversity. He is royalty and elder both, heir to the legacies of heaven and earth. He is water and fire in condemned conflux.
Heaven and earth, water and fire. Are we having like a birds and the bees talk that I just don't understand the symbolism of?
When the day comes that His Highness may be revered as the good ruler he can be, then the world will truly be free of prejudice. And that, he
Are
said,
we never explaining how Luis turned into a human?
Oh, well, we did say earlier, Vero, that what happened is that Luis had a spell which made our like anxiety and magla out of control, and that's just what happens when you do that to a person. So it sounds like he can do that to anybody? I don't know. It's a little bit vague on that, because we did ask Gruade about the spell, and that's what she said, but she didn't give a lot of details. But I think that either he can use it on everybody. I think he's gonna eventually use it on himself to like power himself up. He's gonna like fight us. We're gonna get to a point where we're gonna deliver a killing blow, and he's like, "No, I cannot be defeated." Then he'll use a spell on himself and turn into a big monster, and that's gonna be like, you know, that's probably not even gonna be the final boss, because the Atlas games, they always end up killing a god, and the closest thing we have to one of those in this game is the giant king face in the sky. I think at some point we're gonna be killing that thing. That's gonna be like the final boss. But we're probably gonna kill Luis first. He's gonna mutate into a monster, and he's either gonna do it because it works on everybody, or if it only works on Elda, he's gonna do it because he's secretly Elda or part Elda, I believe. But thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. So what was he saying? Then the world will truly be free of prejudice, and that, he said, is why we fight.
In his own words, huh? We have to fight for what he believed in. All the more reason we can't turn from this.
I just hope that before we go kill Luis, that we have a month of me getting to hang out with my friends, because some people here don't want to max out your social link follower bonds with me yet.
Right.
Years of prejudice won't go away overnight. Nothing could accomplish that. But if we don't believe things can change, they never will. Well, they might, they just might get worse.
My life is a shield raised in your highness's name. Are you prepared to fight Luis to the bitter end?
Yes, but I'd be more motivated if Gallica asked me that. I'm prepared! Let us fight together! I mean, we say let us fight together, because I still need a month of preparation, Goyle. Let us fight together!
We fight him together.
Yes, we fight him together.
Yes, by our efforts, we will stop Luis's reign.
If he ends up king, he'll be sending all traitors to the gallows.
That's
Not
us.
just us, but any innocent folks he doesn't find use for.
But mostly us. We've lost too many lives along this journey, and if Luis has his way with the world, such partings would become all too common. We have to stop him.
Look, I'm never giving up hope either, okay? All we have to do is beat him, right?
That's what it comes down to. That's optimistic. I hope you will sing a victory song, because I'm not using you in battle. Your whole thing with masks is just, it's too much of a pain.
Looking forward to the victory song.
Well, we've got bigger things to worry about now. But I can't wait to sing it.
You... I'm still
Who the ba-ba-ba?
amazed. You really do look just like
Logan,
your
you're
mother.
almost an hour and a half behind in
Truly.
chat.
Are you serious?
B.
Apparently, I should read some chat then. I should do that right now. My apologies to lurkers. I'm gonna read a whole bunch of chat. Vera's laughing. Crystal says, yippee, my game theory was correct. Some dancing emotes. Oak says, just spent way too much time thinking about a bad theory in spoiler chat. Beowulf said, my only clip right now is the Epon Dattara monologue? Which was that? Cypher says, now that I'm streaming on Twitch, hopefully clips are made there. I mean, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Boba says, yay, happy Pride from a heart. I don't know which flags those are. I'm not good at flags. I don't know all the color combinations. Cypher says, State of Play is tomorrow. Games Fest is Friday. Oh, really? They're this week? Says, I didn't mean the W. Bubble says, yeah, the flagpole. Cypher says, metaphor, like a ReFantazio. Quigata said, oh my gosh, just looked up a post that brought up something insane. So about Protag's heterochromia eyes. You know how yellow eyes in the Persona series is for Shadow Self. Protag was half shadow all along. Was that a clue? That reminds me of like a clue in a game, but I can't say it because I know of at least one person in this chat right now who hasn't played the game, who wasn't there for our streaming of it, and would be a spoiler, but was that a clue? Castle says, a straight flagpole. Okay, that worked, yeah, because it's straight. I like that. Crystal says, you like the metaphor. Metaphor ReFantazio. Cypher Lord says, lol. Beowulf says, if you're LGBT, you attract other LGBT people. That's especially the case if you're under the trans umbrella. Well, then why do I, as a straight guy, get so many non-straight individuals? Cypher said, girls should make the first move more often, to be honest. Here's the thing. Okay, I actually have thoughts about that. I think, yes, girls should make the first move more often. But the reason why they don't is because I don't think, like, I have seen like videos posted on TikTok where girls like, everyone's like saying the girls should make the first move, so I did that. And the guy rejected me. It's like, yeah, that's a risk you take. I'm gonna be honest, that probably happens more often than not with a lot of guys. And so I think like, yes, girls should, but girls, like, they don't want the rejection. And I think I wouldn't blame them. And so they just get to wait. And instead, you just get the attention and you get to cherry pick who you want. It's kind of envious, a little bit of that. So yeah, I wish they'd make the move more often, to be honest, as well. Cypher. Tiff says, pride. Oak says, it's like a stand users in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There's a timestamp. Huh?
Sorry, Logan, that'd be me lol having me as a diversity quota on the mods team got all the LGBT friends.
Well, we don't have quotas or anything like that. But I'm honestly, I still can't believe that I added you as a mod as like a joke for a one day thing. And then it just worked out and you're awesome. So thank you very much, Vero, for the 10 bits. I do appreciate that. Okay, hang on. I gotta read some more because Crystal has a timestamp. This is 1:16:30. That is an hour and 15 minutes behind in chat. Oak was apparently not exaggerating. Tiff says, a 10-second slow-mo during Pride Month /LH. Eglin says, oh, so I just have to live carefree then. Noobly says, homophobic to be honest. Cypher says, again, how do you even stick it in? Oak says, yes, homophobic, that's why Logan should give me VIP. Cypher said, just adopt that at the point. Just adopt at that point. Cypher says, this flirting is too straight. I feel so strange. What's wrong? All my flirting is straight. Sometimes I have characters in games that are not straight flirt. Like Edgeworth and Phoenix, or, you know, Akechi. I mean, Joker was in a relationship, but Akechi was like, Akechi was into Joker. They took a bath together. Oak says to Cypher, fear not, Logan does not have the lower half of his body. It's just a chair. It was cut off in the war. I still remember when I was like posting a picture from a play I was in, you guys were surprised, like, Logan has a full body? Cypher says, XY were my first ever Pokemon game. X was like, that was my first Pokemon game that I played all the way through, start to finish. I love X. Cypher's laughing. Castle says, I feel like this is not an issue. Consider lesbians. Beowulf said, actually, what they're doing with Beyblade right now is really cool. Cypher said, I have had a moment with a lesbian. They just adopt and use a... I know it's not a bad word. I don't know if I want to say that explicit of a reference to a thing. Said, when needed. Queen Gated with the timestamp 1:20:10. Cypher said an hour behind is insane. Tiff said to Cypher, an hour behind is actually pretty usual for Logan. Cypher says, I feel called out. I say, hear me out to the most conventionally attractive women. Cypher says, look up Mirko or Stars and Stripes, My Hero Academia. I know those characters. Mirko's the bunny girl. And Stars and Stripes, though, I can see people saying, like, hear me out with that simply because she is, she's very muscular. She has like a bodybuilder physique, which it's not unattractive necessarily, but it's not what you usually think of for common societal standards of beauty. So I can see that with her. With Mirko, it's like, no, Mirko is in shape as well, but is much more, traditionally femininely framed, shall we say. Queekie said, the only time I've ever said hear me out was when my favorite character became a villain while still looking hot. Cypher said, My Hero Academia has shaped my type of women way too much. Eglin says, I, as Logan Brew Time again, have some real hear me outs. Yeah, yes, Eglin, you do. Need I remind you of that certain character in A Hat in Time? Nubly said, hear me out, insert hot Genshin character here. Exactly. Castle says, I've seen hear me out for the Space Needle. Then someone responded, that's too basic of a choice. Are you saying like an anime girl based on the Space Needle? Or just like photo of the Space Needle? There was Beowulf with the pin message from earlier. Bumba said to Vero, I was even thinking Jumba. Cyber said, Tarzan's gorilla mom. Vera said, also true, she's so sweet. Oak said, hear me out, which would you pick, conventionally attractive person or literal rock? Vera says, I got you. Bumba says, in terms of bed, a rock. Castle says, Wheatley's a hear me out. Nah, dude, I would happily smooch the metal ball if he didn't. Spoilers. Even with the spoilers, Wheatley's nice. Beowulf said, pin this too. Aged up Chie. Well, in that case, like, they're both great. I think the main thing is that, like, being practically immortal as a fairy would be awesome. Cyber said, if Logan likes Chie, he's gonna adore the new P5X character, Mahoto Aria. She's like a fusion between Chie and Ryuji. I love her so much. Is she the one? I saw someone post a picture of a character from P5X. And crap, what did it call her? It used some pun on Chie Satonaka. That was basically implying that I can't remember what the pun was. It was implying that she's like the generic brand Chie, and I thought it was funny. Doobly said to Castle, I see the vision. Castle says, Riki is a 40-year-old father of 11. He gets it on. Eglin said, hear me out on Filbo Fiddle Pie from Bug Snacks. Hang on. I gotta Google that. Filbo Fiddle Pie. Fiddle Pie. Oh, it's the guy with the mayor sash. I've seen him on like the banner from the game. Okay, he's cute. I wouldn't be attracted to that, but he looks friendly. Tiff says, Anonymous, hear me out. Yes, please. Okay, so maybe that's what we're going to be able to do. So we're going to give you guys a full month to do these. And that'll be one of the many things that we'll do on the stream, either immediately before or immediately after my birthday, when we'll also celebrate the 1K followers on Twitch. Approximately a month from now. Newbly said to Castle, you see the vision. He would treat me right. Crystal says, hear me out. Phoenix Wright's neck. Eglin said, I did a hear me out cake with friends and I got clowned on so hard for half my hear me outs. Oh, I've seen the videos of that. I saw someone post a video doing that for like Transformers characters where you do like the video and you put in like the straw with the thing on it. It looked like fun. Vera said, it's still there. So does it still work then? Oak said to Crystal, not Phoenix Wright in general. No, because Vero has called dibs on Phoenix Wright in general. Tiff says, I've got to hear me out, but it's spoilers for this game. Ooh. So yeah, if we give ourselves a month, that should give us plenty of time. We'll probably be done with this game in a month, right? Crystal says to Oak, no, his neck. Oak says to Tiff, can you DM it to me? Tiff says to Oak, sure. Beowulf says, add quote, let's play some more in chat. And I've actually said before, let's read some more in the game too. Crystal adds the quote. Crystal says, breathe. Okay, I'll breathe. We're going to get back to the game. I got to get back to the game. Hopefully we've made a dent in the backlog of comments. Okay, hang on. Yes, TTS girl?
I managed to submit to the form, so it works.
Awesome! I will look forward to that. So yes, we'll do that. We'll have it available, I guess, for the next month or so. So check that out. Mantis, I'm still amazed. You really do look just like your mother. Truly, you are a child of fate. That was her name, by the way, Fate.
Your mother. She loved your father.
Oh, and they were really into some kinky stuff.
With all her heart.
Oh, the noises we'd hear.
The injustice that befell this village is not your fault. But listen well. Once you leave this village, you cannot return until you have fulfilled your ambitions.
What about my blossoming friendship with mid-cleaning youth? Huh?
After all, an old crone like me can't take care of you forever. If you want to overcome your hardest challenges, you'll have to face them yourself. The world's fate is in your hands. Please, put an end to the tragedies of humankind's failures.
I will. Hey. Thanks for everything. I feel like I want to say both. Just say I will. Thank you. Let's be polite. Let's thank her for everything, because I think it's implied that I will.
Thank you. For everything.
Our final battle lies ahead. We cannot lose.
I just hope there's not like another hour of cutscenes.
Yet, before all else, His Highness has only just awoken. Let us rest in the Gauntlet Runner for today, and advance to the royal capital tomorrow.
Maybe I should go say goodbye to my new Elder friends in there? Okay, I guess not. I guess my friendship with mid-cleaning youth, it means nothing to you, Calica! Eglin says, how horrendous can I get with these hear-me-outs? I think as long as it's nothing explicit.
It's a bit strange, isn't it?
Like,
I was convinced we'd been together for a long time. But I can't believe we've only just met.
But you know what, Gallica? It means your feelings for me. They can still be real. They're as real as you want them to be. But yeah, Eglin, I would just say, as long as it's not like overly explicit, because kind of like how Crystal was going for Phoenix Wright's neck, as long as it's not like this person's private parts or something like that. Cyrus says, oh, you're right, I did. He's so forgettable, I didn't even realize he was even a boss. Oak said, when we'll be reading the Hear Me Out. So yeah, we're gonna do it a month from now. So we'll give you plenty of time. Cypher says, most I know is that they fight a human after the first dungeon and then enter the Tournament of Kings. And then I know a bit about this one woman who had a child that turned into a monster. Yeah, the thing killed me. Says that I got spoiled about the entire end game. Well, obviously don't give any spoilers for anything other than the prince and protag fusing, because we still got to get to end game here. Cyber says, oh my gosh, me, where's my Hogwarts letter? Oak says, yeah, I'm a wizard. Crystal says, anxious people unite. Vera said, man, I don't get to be a magician. Can you guys teach me magic? Well, I feel like a wizard is like on the Pokemon evolution scale, it's like a magician that evolved. So maybe if you hold an Everstone, you can be a magician. Crystal says, skill issue. Cypher says, actually, laughter works better than screams. Crystal says, overthink. Oak says to Cypher, no, I don't want to go to the Hogwarts. That's where J.K. Rowling spreads her brain mold. Cypher says, forgot about that. Eglin says, hear that, guys?
I want to be true to myself in the form, but you'll find me out so quickly because no one else will mention a Transformers character.
I'm just curious which Transformers, because I know that you're probably thirsting after several of them. Like Starscream and Skyfire, maybe Hot Rod. I don't know. Hot Rod's probably your kid. But I look forward to finding out. But thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. And Eglin says, hear that, guys? The anti-anxiety meds are magic suppressants. Crystal said, they're stopping our full potential. Vera says, add quote, hey, so good news. Anyone in chat who suffers from anxiety, that's how magic's born. You're a wizard. Vera says, perfect 610. Crystal said, people are so miserable in this world. Crystal says, I mean, people are still miserable in our world. Aw, man. And then Typo's command. Cypher says, AOT mentioned Holy Peak. Oak with the Buggets command. Vera says, chat, Toby Fox tweeted, Deltarune tomorrow. Oh, I saw that earlier. It was great. It actually is tomorrow. In fact, after stream, even though I've worked tomorrow morning and I got to go in earlier than usual, I'm probably going to stay up tonight and try and see if I can put together a quick Deltarune highlight video. I was looking over the clips this afternoon from our old Deltarune stream, and that was like a couple of years ago. And looking back at some of those, I feel like, man, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I feel like I've kind of grown as a streamer a fair bit since then. And so I'm watching some of these, I'm like, some of them are really good, but some of them I'm like, aren't that great. And I'm like, oh, I hope it's not a mistake, but I'm gonna try and see if I can upload that maybe either tomorrow or the day after. Cause yeah, Deltarune's gonna be big on the internet for the next little bit. And Crystal said, Deltarune chapter 3, Tom. 3 and 4, Crystal. Vera said, yeah. Oak said, who's Tom? Tom is Tom Aro. And Cypher says, lol. All right, let's play some more, because I think maybe now that it's just me and Gallica, we can shake hands and finally max out her follower bond. Because we gotta start using whatever the next level of the mage archetype is.
It's a bit strange, isn't it? I was convinced we'd been together for a long time, but I can't believe we've only just met.
The beginning of my journey may have been a false memory, but my journey with you and the memories we've made, those are all real.
Aw, I like that that's how she's looking at it.
Well, guess I'm repeating myself. But I'm glad we're working together.
We're more than just working together. We're living together, likewise. Stay beside me forever. This is a marriage proposal, Calica. I have a tiny little ring for your tiny little finger. Stay beside me forever, girl.
Stay beside me forever.
And he actually just said it. He didn't like give some waffling weak answer like they sometimes do. Stay beside me, Calica.
Well, when you put it like that, you're gonna make me blush. But thanks.
It's adorable. Having overcome her trial, I can sense newfound conviction from Gallica as both an ally and a friend. The game just friend-zoned me.
The mystical fairy, Gallica. She who still keeps the virtues of the mage. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee.
Also, side note, I hate to interrupt your moment, Gallica. What are all these little, like, circles and dots all over my arms? Are they just, like, thread-borne stuff? Did I take a bath with my clothes on? Are they droplets of water? What are those?
By the grace of her newfound powers, work together to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Yay! Finally maxed out Gallica!
We've got the path to tomorrow in front of us, and I'm gonna lead the way.
The party can now study the Elemental Master and Warlock. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unlock that for some people and like dump all of my hero leaves of light into those. And Victory Foresight. During squad battles, you may gain extra turn icons. Oh, that's awesome! Bloop, 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 bloop. Yay. Elemental Master Archetype unlocked. You can now study the Elemental Master in Academia. Oh, that was another thing I was gonna do off stream. I was gonna like max out several archetypes just for the stat boosts. Use up all of those items I've been hoarding. Try seeing what new powers await you. Warlock archetype unlocked. The same thing. Are you okay, Gal? Wow.
Remember this magic. The music meant for you will play in your head.
You guys remember this from the beginning? I even mentioned this a few streams ago, how that like,
You may now shake the hand of the bride.
Just a nice firm, platonic handshake. But thank you for the 10 bits, I appreciate it. But you guys remember this? I even said this like a few streams ago, how that back at the very beginning of the game, they mentioned that the background music that we hear in the game is Gallica's magic. Like, protagonist is canonically hearing it. So I love this.
When things get tough, remember this magic. The music meant for you will play in your head.
Okay, so that makes it sound like that in the final boss there's gonna be special music that's gonna hype us up. This is the magic of music that Gallica cast for me once. Now that I think about it, it may have helped me in ways I didn't realize.
By the way, the chiefess told me something about your novel. Apparently your parents gave you that book when you were still just a kid.
So maybe I was right. Maybe Luis is our half-brother. Maybe we share a parentage of some sort here.
I wonder what your parents wanted you to get from reading it. What they hoped for you, I guess. I suppose you'll have to find out for yourself.
This book is the legacy of my parents, the late King of Uchronia, and the Queen of the Elden Sanctum. Perhaps the utopia depicted in this book wasn't a mere fantasy, but ideas of the old world passed down in the Sanctum.
The part we're reading today is the last chapter. It's about the ruler of this ideal world. Let's read it together.
Are we gonna finally find out who I am that I named Logan? Also, I have a feeling we're gonna have a long more cutscene after this. We might go long tonight.
The last chapter is about the ruler of a utopia. The one who governs this utopia must have an unwavering will. To maintain justice in this world, there are innumerable obstacles to overcome. Yet, as long as one lives by their ideals, those who support them are sure to follow. A utopia is not the creation of a single mind or a single power. It is a world shaped by all its people. The last part sounds a little more metaphorical.
Say that again, Gallica? Oh, I gotta turn the other direction. I was trying to do the thing from Fantastic Four. Say that again.
There's a little more. However,
A little more?
even
Like
a
the
utopia
character?
may one day fray at the edges, and its people may come to conflict over the question of what is right. What is a true utopia? What is a true ruler? None have yet found the answers to these questions.
And I've said before, I don't believe a real utopia is possible. And I feel like pursuing a utopia pretty much inevitably leads to dystopia. I mean, look at how many times throughout history, because of somebody having some utopia-esque ideals, always ends up in like mountains of dead bodies and genocides. Then, true utopia has never been achieved. The so-called utopia depicted within the novel was based on the old world, but it fell into ruin and was destroyed by war. So if this book traces the trajectory of the old world, are these truly the ideals we are striving for? It seems rather the opposite.
So even the author of this book struggled with these questions. And if you become king, you'll have plenty of tough questions and struggles to face yourself.
So will you when you're my queen, Gallica.
Lady Cruaday mentioned the king was a real idealist when he first arrived at the village, but little by little, the pains of reality crushed his hope. And he even lost his son. In the end, his will was broken. He didn't lift a finger to stop the church's rise to power.
Starting to think he wasn't a good king at the end. Also, I should read some more in the chat, because we're like a little over 10 minutes away from the 3-hour mark, and I'm probably still about an hour behind. Vera said, Tom is a nickname to a friend of Maud's. Oh, that's right, wasn't that the picture? That was it the Ray had posted? Said his full name is Tom Morrow. Oak said, yes, I see. Crystal said, from Courage the Cowardly Dog, return the slap. Thank you, Crystal. Vera said, you have the planet Cybertron in your room. Yeah, he transforms into Primus. Cyber says his forehead is Cybertron, but well, my forehead practically has its own gravitational pull, so it's likely. Oak said, Logan, how big is your room if you have a planet in it? Vera's laughing. Oak says, Heisme has fleas? Crap, that's where I'm at. It was when Zorba ran out of the room. Vera said, stinky allegations. Tiff said someone better give him a bath. And then Queen Katie, your man has fleas. Queen Katie says, Heisme with a heart. Oak said, no way, we're an hour and 45 minutes into stream. Crap, I'm still over an hour behind. Cyber says, what if he just doesn't ever catch up till he has to end stream? You know what? That's bound to happen one of these days. Oak said, that's happened before, kinda. It's kinda. Where the stream is just kind of conked out on us. Queen Katie said, don't worry, when we hit the 3-hour mark, he winds down and reads the rest of chat. Cyber says, noted. Well, that's also assuming we get to a save point, though. I hope we do. Cypher says, dude, the idea of sword surfing is such a cool idea. I'm mad I never tried it while I was doing the demo. It's nice. I'm not convinced it's that much faster than running, but it's fun. Crystal with a timestamp, 1:45:25, an hour and 5 minutes behind. Oak says he went like an hour overtime once. We had to slow down mode at like 3 minute message, 3 minutes a message because he was so behind. Ever since he's been more responsible, and we do slow mode earlier, so he doesn't have to spend like an hour overtime. Yeah, but sometimes I'm still bad at it. Queen Katie said, I just realized something. I wonder if we got the blue hair from the queen, because as someone who watched the opening scene myself, the king does not have blue hair. Lol. Okay, he doesn't have blue hair, but didn't he have gray hair? But he was older, so we don't know what color his hair was when he was younger. But I do like that idea that maybe it's a combination of the two, that maybe he just had naturally white hair. Because the prince that we saw, like, in the Time Marches On stuff, he always had just plain white hair. So maybe, I like that, if that's your headcanon. Cyber says it would make sense. Oak said to Vero, I need to know your thoughts on Dojima in P4 because your Discord user was Dilf Enjoyer for so long. Vero said he was the second person I got to rank 10 in my first playthrough. Tiff says to Oak, Dojima. Cyber said, Dojima, my beloved. Oak said to smash or not to smash, that is a question. Tiff said, I'm gonna go to bed. I've got work in the morning tonight all. Good night, Tiff. Thank you so much for being here. I do have work in the morning as well, but I'm probably gonna stay up irresponsibly late. But thank you so much for being here, Tiff. So good to see you. Queen said good night, Tiff. Vero said good night, Tiff. Oak said the prince is woke. Vera says woke from sleep. Cyber says to what? Cyber says, why am I not surprised you of all people were on a Star Trek podcast? Only seen this one part of a Star Trek movie, that's it. Gosh, Hulkenberg is so effing fine. I need her carnally, says Cypher. Oak says, Hunter mention. Vera says, him standing in the shadows reminded me of him. Cypher said, gosh, the voice acting in this game is outstanding. What's interesting though, is I don't recognize like any of the voice actors in this. I think, because like, okay, let's talk about this very, very briefly. I'll try to be super, super quick. On Discord, we've talked about how a lot of the actors, starting with Yuri Lowenthal from Persona 4, have mentioned that they have not been invited back to do a Persona 4 remake. Now, I assume most of that is because the SAG video game strike is still going on, and they are all union actors, and so they cannot do it. And so my guess is they're probably just gonna do like this game, and just go, we're gonna go with non-union talent then. And so maybe we'll see some more of these people in the Persona 4 remake, maybe? Bill says, home time! Wait, does that mean you just got home or are going home now? Quick says, Zorba is the ultimate hear me out, but about Luis, he's so in love. Oak says, I like Zorba, but he's so aggressively Scottish and his new hairstyle is awful. I think it's nice. I just think he needs one strand flicking down, because it's like the thing in anime where they suddenly slick back the hair and they go, I want him to have a Sosuke Aizen hairstyle. Cypher said, who let him cook? Vera said, what? Okay, I hear you. Quingita said, I'm still mad that I was spoiled about Zorba ages ago. This would have been a really cool reveal for me. Cypher said, again, holy F, I need Hulkenberg, so effing fine. Wendy says, hi, I'm popping in to say hi. Hope you're having a good night. I want to pop in at least once before my con. Wendy, this was an hour ago. Crap, you're probably long since gone, but Wendy, you're awesome. Hope you're going to have fun at your convention. Please take lots of pictures and tell us how it is when you get back. Oak said, Cypher, this is where you realize that Logan is wrong most of the time, and all the clips of his insane theories on TikTok are cherry-picked from a sea of terrible ideas. That is true. For every correct idea, which are the only ones I post on TikTok and YouTube, I have 9 or 10 completely wrong ones. Quigita said, oh, that's a human from the first dungeon. Cypher says, nah, I see the vision, to be honest. Quigita said, please pin. Oh, that was pinned. Oak said he was so sure in P3 that Takaya was the chairman. Either the chairman or his shadow. They look the same. They look so similar. Cypher says he was so sure of what? I thought Takaya was either the chairman in disguise or his shadow or maybe his son. They look similar. They needed a connection and they never had it. Quigita said, oh, it makes sense for it to be this human too. Oh my gosh, because we awakened an archetype back then too. Vera said, I also was sure of that, laughing. They look alike. Oak said his major theory in P3R was that Takaya was chairman or related to chairman in some way and he was so wrong, but also got some insane theories right, like the end with Protag and stuff. Quigita said, please pin this one too, lol. Cypher says, I still haven't seen his full P3 playthrough, just seen shorts of it. Oak with the timestamp 20202. Okay, I'm less than an hour. Oak said, Cypher, yeah, his full playthrough is 200 hours of odds. I'm just insane. I watched literally all of it. Remember, you can always watch it 2 times speed. Vera said, this feel like...
What are you trying to say?
Oh, it's Queen Katie. There's a shout. I'm going to have a sip of water.
Here's a cool... Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you just see that? Oh man, I wish I could rewatch things like that.
I didn't watch it.
Did you see that sprite?
I wasn't visually watching it, but it sounds like he was cool.
Why? What to say?
Oh, and we got some comments over on YouTube, I see. I haven't been paying as much attention to YouTube because it's a bit sleepier, so I'm sorry if you've been there a long time. But I see Thanatos saying hi. Ugh, I'm so sad for missing almost all the stream. Well, Thanatos, so good to see you. How are you? Are you still here? I'm sorry, Thanatos, I got an hour and a half. Or was it an hour and 45 minutes behind in the Twitch chat? So I'm scrambling to catch up in the chat. But how are you? Cypher says hi, Thanatos, and Thanatos says hi. I hope you're still here. Thanatos. Okay, let's play some game, because we also still need to get to a save point. For all I know, we're going to go 2 hours over. So what was she saying?
But little by little, the pains of reality crushed his hope, and he even lost his son. In the end, his will was broken. He didn't lift a finger to stop the church's rise to power.
With that in mind, I can honestly see why people would be drawn to Luis. His values are radical and cruel, and he's devoted to them.
You know, and in a weird way,
unshakable, even.
In a weird way, I kind of like that about anime characters, that even when they have bad ideals, there is something admirable about the authenticity of some of these characters. They genuinely have convictions, you know?
But we can't lose either. For the sake of everyone who has believed in us along the way.
Even if I were to win the throne, there's no guarantee my idealistic vision could ever become a reality.
Right.
And yet, what choice is there but to believe in them and fight on? The alternative is to accept that nothing will change.
You've got the power to change the world.
And the touch! Yeah!
And the one who gave it to you was, well, yourself.
Oh yeah, technically, yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm going to help you with. That's my mission. My real mission. And I'm going to see it through.
She's such a responsible little fairy.
After discussing the novel and our ideals with Gallica, I closed my eyes. And when you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing's changed at all? But when we close...
Oh! Are we just gonna see an empty bed? Oh no, we're getting summoned to see more. Oh, more. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be another hour in here. Oh boy. I'll read some more comments here. With the timestamp there. Vera said, this feels like it got biblical tones here because apples, I don't know though. I think so, but these are all based on like surrealist paintings, and a lot of those are based on afterlife type of imagery, so maybe. Cypher says, hee-ho! Vera said, Jack Frost is real. Cypher says, can we get a hee-ho in the chat? Oak says to Vero, yes, look outside your window, he's right there, hee-ho! Vera says, hee-ho! Quingeta said, to be fair, humans are based on IRL paintings, and a lot of our paintings back in the day had biblical tones. Although, because the twist was that the real world is the past in this, that makes that a little bit less realistic, because why would we mutate to look like paintings that somebody painted in the past? Academia, it seems that I've been summoned by Moore in a dream.
I saw what happened. So, you found a way to unequivocally shape your destiny. As far as I know, there is no record of your newly acquired archetype ever being used.
Then
even in ancient times.
Then in what way is it an archetype? New things aren't archetypes, like definitionally.
An archetype whose existence was only theoretical, known to some scholars as the magic of true sovereignty. Indeed, a power of legend.
Hey, like whenever we're unlocking new archetypes, that's what the voice always says, if thou aspire to true sovereignty. That voice is gonna totally be our mom at the end, right? The queen of the Elder.
I once said that to be Elder was your inescapable fate. However, seems the truth was more complex than that. Magic is a process by which we confront fate and tame anxiety. And archetypes are its essence. They are manifestations of a resolve capable of heroic virtue.
Moore, who are you really? Are you Luis's dad? Are you a bad guy? What?
So then, what do you think is the foremost, most inescapable fate a person must bear?
Death, probably.
The foremost fate. Not really sure, but for me to be me, and for you to be you.
Oh, that's so much sweeter than
Or
death.
something like that.
I like Gallica's answer better.
Indeed.
Much less fatalistic.
It is birth that is inescapable.
That's the opposite of death.
You cannot choose who you are born to, and once your familial place is determined, that fate cannot be changed. Yet by some strange tangle of destiny, you were given a choice that the very act of existence denies most people. By your own will, you were born again as a prince. Do you understand?
Not really.
You stand on the threshold of truly becoming a ruler. Not as an unearned title of bloodline's chance, nor as a mere authority over people. You have taken control of your life. You are ready to rule your very self.
I'm the master of my own domain? Isn't that like slang for something on Seinfeld?
That is what it truly means to be a hero. And it is the crux of the power that is awakened within you. What glorious coincidence indeed, that I, as a scholar of archetypes, might cross paths with and witness such a remarkably fated boy. It almost bespeaks.
By the way, we are past the 3-hour mark. So I think it's safe to say we're going a little bit over time tonight. I hope that's okay. Let me read a couple more comments in the chat though. Vera says, oh, I'm getting walked over by Horde of Jack Frost. Oak said to Vero, be honored. Cypher says, can't wait for Logan to play Strikers and see the hee-ho Horde. Vera said, I have 36 broken bones. No! Oak said to Vero, at least it's not 37. That's what you get when you get a real problem. 36 you can handle just fine. Quicketa says, add quote, how is he still doing that without legs? Cypher says, worth it to witness the glory of the he-horde. Vera with the timestamp 208. Oh boy. Vera says, adds a quote. Quicketa says, Logan, no, what'd I do? Cypher says, no, wait. Vera says, laughing, I didn't think to check it. Cypher says, I'm so sorry, lol. Quicketa said, yeah, FYI to VOD watchers and future watchers, please don't do Rickrolls or false links. That might as well lower your rep here, lol. Please be careful. Vera says, close enough. Oak said, TTS girl is very offbeat. Vera said, I had 2-year streak. I'm pretty sure you guys are cruel. Crystal said, TTS girl says no to DMCA. Then chat, and then highlighted message, the game dies. Vera says, no. Noobly said, someone else cheer the rest. I can't buy more bits. I lost my debit card. Well, I still appreciate the bits that you've spent. Quiggity said, I'm gonna go see about grabbing my leftover Wendy Frosty. I got it for myself as a post-dentist treat. Nice, enjoy it. Over on YouTube, Thanatos says, I was doing university stuff, frowny face. Well, that's being responsible, but I'm glad you're still here. Cypher says, lame. Thanatos says, a 10 to 20 minute study session becomes a 5-hour one because my teacher moved a test for tomorrow. No, what class, if you don't mind me asking? Said, at least I know half of it now. I still have to memorize like 20 more things. I'm sorry, but you got this, Thanatos. Believe in you. All right, let's keep going here. What was he saying? Yeah, that I is a scholar of archetypes, blah, 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 blah.
'Tis his hands that bear our fate.
Is that your wife? More? Who? Is that your woman? You don't seem...
I remember. I know that I know this voice. Had I forgotten it all this time?
How did I forget that sexy, sexy voice of my wife?
Yes. I swear I've heard it before. And I let it slip from my mind. Who are you? You with this voice that moves hearts. Speak. Who are you? Why have you awakened this boy to his power?
So it's gonna be the queen, right? It's gonna be my mom?
If it is answers you seek, then go and claim them.
Ooh, she's a little sassy with that line read.
Are you? Could you be?
As for you, I bid thee awaken.
Well, let me save, please.
Move onward to thy final ordeal. Take thy place at the final proving of the ascension of kings.
My consciousness faded away, and I was sent back to my sleep. I'm reminded that Moore was the author of the fantasy novel. Has Moore visited the ancient Elder Sanctum? Did he get it on with an elder woman? Did he father Luis? Is he Luis's dad?
Time marches on, and the age of
Show an empty bed, show an empty bed! Oh, it's my, oh, look at Gallica! Oh, it's my bed, oh! She's a tiny spoon alone in the drawer.
Okay, all our preparations are just about set.
More cutscenes, more cutscenes.
This is actually happening. I've got some pre-show jitters.
All right, I'm gonna read some more in the chat. We're going long tonight. I hope you guys are cool with that. Let's see, Crystal laughing. Cypher says he's the one with the 6 eyes of joy and whimsy. Well, Oak with a clip. How about Papa?
Is that better or worse than an empty bed?
It's better, I think. Yeah, I'm not gonna be scared enough. Thank you for the 10 bits. I'd say better. Marginally better. Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's check out this clip. This clip from an hour ago still is just simply titled Exactly. All right, let's see what this clip was then.
Hey, Logan, has anyone ever told you that you have beautiful eyes?
No. Oh, this is the one, the crystal clip, too.
Because they are fascinating. I'm sorry, we still love you, Logan. You bring us.
There we go. Thank you very much for the clip. I appreciate that. Thank you. Vera says, dang. Oak says, out quote, panicking. Okay, Gallica, you will handle the apples. Vera says, Prince Archetype is too powerful. Vera says, Seeker weapon, you say? Oak says, based Vero. Vera said, I'm going to miss the Seeker's bid once we're done with Metaphor. Oak says, I was baiting redeeming a Seeker's, but I'm too poor. Only have 40,000 points. Vera said, so poor. Oh, by the way. Oh, Oak, I should have mentioned also when I should mention, sorry, glanced over, saw the word Gallica, and my brain was just trying to read what I see. I wanted to say to you and to Nora as well, but Nora's already gone, that sometime this week, I think, want to say Saturday, is going to be the, on TikTok, the Maya Fey Brat Summer clip. I don't know if anyone else will find it funny, but I'm putting it up there, so we're going to see. Let's see. Vera says, so poor. Vera said, I know only 4 Seekers. Cypher says, oh crap, Rescue Bots was my childhood. Vera said, Blades is so silly. Cypher says, if you lose, you have to gift him a sub. Oak says, I can probably tell you because I don't know if the theory is right or not. My theory was that Luis has the power to turn people into monsters. Quick80 salutes, says, if I have more deaths than you, I'll post a pancake gif in the server. There we go. Cypher says, 5. I will murder you. It's 4. Oak says, and he's like targeting humans or something because racism, and he's the cause of humans being creating monsters. Vera said, laughing his brain scrambles while speed reading. Trust. Oak said, basically, just your theory about Louise creating monsters. Castle says, I was just at a bar today, but for trivia, I always feel so out of place whenever I go. Otherwise, did get a fun soda though. Nice. And Oak with a raid suggestion for Lord Fifth. That is someone we've raided before, but I'll pop that over here into my text file. So there we go. So thank you very much for that raid suggestion, because whenever we get to a save point, we're going to need to make use of those. Cypher says, the deadpan stare as you say no. Lol. Crystal's laughing. Eglin says, broken heart. Just realized I didn't finish my sleep review from this morning's sleep review. Cypher says, invincible. I need to get caught up on that show. I haven't even seen season 2 yet. Quigator says, and Gria. Cypher said, where is Omni-Man? Where is Omni-Man? Omni-Man, are you? I got my powers to weigh. Are you sure you're? Where is Omni-Man? Where is he? Vera says, oh man, did I miss it? That's an insane power to have. Cypher said, yeah, I did. Quigator said, yeah, we need to finish Alonzo. I'm still hooked on him. I know, but he like hasn't. We need to max out our courage though. We got to go to the recruitment center, turn in that thing we did that should give us some courage pips, and maybe we'll finally be able to do Alonzo.
Teresa deleted comment that might imply a spoiler, so I deleted to be safe.
Oh, thank you very much, Vero. Thank you, MVP mod. So if I see deleted comment, I will just skip right over it. Thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Looking over onto YouTube, Cypher says, adulting sucks. Glad I'm still in high school. Honestly, I would not go back to high school for anything, Cypher. Adulting does suck, but oh my gosh. It's just me personally. I hated high school. Some people love it. Some people peaked in high school. Not me. Thanatos says, enjoy while you can. Now that I'm here, I miss high school a little, although I prefer what I study now than having to study things like math. But that's because I'm bad in math. I like math. But to each their own. I'm going to read a couple more comments here. Oak says, add quote, just do it in public. Cypher says, how about instead of a month of doing our social link, you catch up a chat because it'll take a month at this point. Just about. Said, just finish the chat and keep playing. Quigator said, chill, we've been doing this for over 2 years. We have a system and it works. I mean, I've been streaming for 4, but I feel like this only became a problem the past couple of years for me. Vera said, nah, he got it. Cypher says, fair enough. Oak says, quote, I don't know all the color combinations. Logan never learned Roy Gibiv. What is that? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet? Is that what that is? Vera says, it'll be boring if it's 20 minutes of just chat. Noobly with a highlighted message saying he's an honorary trans boy. I'm so glad that was honorary. I misread that as a bad word in my brain for a split second. Cypher says, girls just get rejected less often, statistically speaking. Veer said I saved a diversity quota, but that's a joke. It might be because of the visual novels that he gets all the LGBT friends. Okay, gonna lurk. Time for me to walk Mia. Enjoy your time with Mia. Give her some like little head pats and scratches for us. Cypher says, I have a thing for muscular women. Lol, well, you know, everybody's got a type. I've said before, you can always make a good wingman if you have a different type than other people. Like, I tend to prefer petite girls. That buddy of mine that I did that podcast with, he preferred bigger girls. So when we were hanging out together, like, only once did we ever, like, both have a thing for the same girl. Vera said, lurk, thank you for the lurk, Vero. Oak says, Hulkenberger. Castle says, oh my gosh, as a straight gal, I have such an issue with those gender norms. There's a silly little computing matchmaking algorithm, Gale-Shapely. But it highlights that you get a better result if you make the offers rather than the other way around. Wait, I've not heard of this. Shapely? I did see a thing online where that you would like type in what you look for and it would tell you like what percentage of the population is even like your type. Cypher said, yes, I need her currently. Her code name is Closer, and yes, she's pretty basic, but we love her regardless. Oak says, woo, birthday and 1K follower stream, finally. Cypher said, chat, have we actually made a dent in the backlog? I think, Oak said to Cypher, I think at least a bit. He's probably like an hour behind instead of an hour 20. Quiggy says, add quote, but what about my blossoming friendship with mid-cleaning youth? Viewer adds quote, Cypher said, just submitted like 20, hear me out. Squeagator said, by the way, captions actually said blasphemy friendship. I meant to say blossoming. But I knew what he really said. There's a clip, we'll be back to that in a second. I gotta play some game. We gotta get to a save point. Okay, all our preparations are just about set. Now that this is actually happening, I've got some pre-show jitters.
All this royalty? It always felt they lived in a different world to the likes of me. Never figured I'd be walking alongside one myself.
Yeah, you get to be my royal dog. You know how like presidents always get like a pet usually?
'Tis proof that bloodline decides nothing. We are one people living in a shared world.
Again, except you, Heisme. You mutated from a bat somehow. I'm sorry, you're not a people.
Looks like this is gonna be our last mission. Any final words you want to say?
I love you, Gallica. Stand strong till the end. Don't get reckless out there.
Basilios Vat I can see voicing Radaki.
You know, I'm gonna have to listen to him the next time he speaks. Yeah, because if they end up unable to get union talent, and I hope they don't recast Johnny Young Bosch. I love that guy, but I gotta listen to him the next time he does a line. Thank you for the thought there. Thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Stand strong to the end.
We can't give up. Stand strong to the end.
Of course. No way we're losing here. I've got the fire in my eyes now.
I mean, if we get rid of the accent, what type of accent is that? Is that a Strauss British accent? Then maybe.
About the new stuff you've felt and learned since becoming the prince. Can I ask you one more thing?
My feelings for you are not new. I have been feeling that the entire game. We've been playing for like probably 185 hours at this point.
Why is it that you want to be king? It's not about honor or power, is it?
Honestly, it just feels like something to do. To protect my country and its people. I don't care for honor. Some coin would be nice. I need to impress Gallica. It's to protect my country and its people. And to protect you, Gallica.
I want to protect this country and its people.
'Tis the answer I hoped for.
Yay.
As your knight, I will ever serve you with all my soul and ability.
You know, as his knight, you should probably also tell him to have better posture. I love Chie in Persona 4, but he's got that Chie posture going on right now at that chair.
Well, I guess this means we're ready as we're gonna be.
Please, game, give me a save point. Please, game, give me a save point. Please, game, give me a save point. Oh no, we're traveling somewhere. Ancient Elden Sanctum, an ancient village where the Elder tribe lives in hiding. The state army destroyed the village, but few survivors escaped. Where are we supposed to go? We're supposed to go to Grand Trad? I think.
This place here.
Maybe. We could just teleport, right?
TBH, I think all the P4 remake VODs announcing that they haven't been invited is suspicious. It's in the order they joined as party members. I feel like if it was just Yuri Lowenthal I would believe it, but it feels like it might be organized as marketing. They did something kinda similar with Burr.
With P3R. Well, the thing is that P3R did recast everybody, though. So thank you very much for the 10 bits. I don't know if maybe they were given the go-ahead or maybe even asked to post that stuff by Sega or Atlas or something like that. I don't think that they're being fake about it. I do think that because of the video game strike, they're probably going to have to recast everybody, which sucks because, like, I loved Aaron Fitzgerald's performance as Chie. I mean, and everybody else was great too. But, somebody really oddly, I noticed, I can't remember if it was on TikTok or YouTube, I saw a comment, like I got a notification for it. Every now and then, I'll get like random occasional emails about a comment somebody posted, saying like, hey, LoganRobo for the new voice for Yu Narukami in Persona 4 Remake. I'm like, I would love that. I would love that so freaking much. Even though almost every line would just be shouting out the names of about 500 different personas, and then lots of grunts and things like that. I would love that. I'm never gonna get it, but I would absolutely adore that. Okay, so I'm assuming we gotta go to Grand Trad, right? Oh yeah, it even says in the quarter mission, go to Grand Trad. So let's do that then.
Let's move.
Yeah, let's get back to Grand Trad. We'll stop Luis this time for sure.
Let's go.
You see?
Well, why is it a day? We can teleport, that we have fast travel. I doubt all in Grand Trad will give us a warm reception. Still, should we choose not to fight, then Luis's victims only pile higher.
Yeah.
Easy to say we'll help anyone, but doing it's a whole nother thing. All the more reason we gotta prove we're serious by putting our lives on the line. We'll lead by example. Besides, it won't be the first time we've crawled our way up from the bottom.
Okay, we're probably gonna have some narration as we're driving.
After having made so many sacrifices, the group has gained new powers and ascertained new truths. Their arch-enemy, Luis, already has one hand on the throne. Even so, they march ever forward, spirits rekindled by battle. They head to Grand Trad, for the fight is far from
But if it's gonna take a full day, we should at least have an afternoon in the Gauntlet Runner that should let me save, right? Right? Run into the pantry. Oh no, more cutscene!
The Elden boy is nowhere to be found. I suppose it's only a matter of time until Luis takes the throne.
Triangle Man. Triangle Man, Triangle Man. Triangle Man hates Magla Particle Man. If they have a fight, then Triangle wins. Triangle Man. They might be giants reference. Oh, the ba-ba-ba?
Okay, go. Say the names of personas in your best protag voice. Here's a list.
Okay.
Izanagi, Pixie, Jack Frost. It'll be hilarious if it's just Mandy's voice.
Okay, I'll do both, but thank you very much for the 10 bits. Okay, I haven't prepared this, so I haven't thought about what the voice of me would be like. Izanagi! Pixie! Jack Frost! I don't know, that's probably not good. I'd have to work on that, but Izanagi, Pixie, Jack Frost. That would be Mantis protagonist. So yeah, that's what that is. Anyway, let's check the chat some more. Oak posted a clip into the chat. This will maybe give us an idea of still how far behind I am. This clip is simply titled The Noises from 40 minutes ago. See, I'm slowly catching up, even though we're almost 20 minutes overtime already. Let's see what this clip is.
Your mother, she loved your father.
Oh, and they were really into some kinky stuff.
All her heart.
Oh, the noises
The
we'd hear.
injustice that
That's it. That's the clip. Thank you very much for the clip. I appreciate it. I thought it was going to be like a Logan noises thing, but it's Noah's talking about sex noises. Let's see. Cypher says, way too proud of some of these. Hear me out. It's not going to lie. Vera said, funny enough, I'm not thirsting over Starscream nor Skyfire. I know, shocking. Not like everyone else in the fandom does. They just don't do it for me. Quiggity said, I hope Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 uses even more explosions than Chapter 2. Lol. It's so funny. So remember when I was putting together that April Fool's stream? I don't know if you guys remember when you guys fought Dark Mode Logan and he blew up at the end with that little explosion gif. When I was looking it up, one of the first things that came up was just Deltarune explosion. In fact, I think I may have like put that in like for part of the explosion. I can't remember. I might have used it. I love it. Vera said, please give me more potassium in Deltarune. Oak said, I still haven't played Chapter 2 yet. I should probably replay Chapter 1 and continue from there. You should play it. It's good. Remind to go. It says the game is so good. It's been a while. Are you still there? I'm so far behind in chat. How are you doing? Vera says, oh my gosh, they're flirting. Never mind. Whoops. Cypher says, no, make him gay. Give me my Luis and Will Yowie. Vera said, enemies to lovers is also great. Cypher says, an objection for that friend zone would have been amazing. Vera said, too bad. I haven't thought about it. Vera said her smiling sprite is so cute. Cypher says, speaking of smiling sprites, have you seen the Makoto smiling sprite from P6X? P6X? Oh, you probably meant to say P5X. Yeah, because he's like a DLC character now or something like that. Oak said, the Esperanto in the final boss music will translate to get his butt. Vera says he smiles. Which Makoto? Said you reminded me of a video. Hold on. Cypher says the depressed one. I can find the sprite. It's from P5X and P3R collab. Noobly says sad ending. Vera said a Primus transformable figure. Yeah. He turns into Cybertron. They made one like years later in bright orange, which I would have loved to have because I love orange. Like the inner robot was bright orange and it was a really delicious orange. But I got the one I got. I can't afford to try and track down 2 copies of a same figure, especially if it's that big. But if anybody ever wants to spend, I'm sure he's probably like hundreds of dollars in the aftermarket. On the orange version, like it's still in box, please. I need to open my Transformers to be their first father. It's a compulsion I have. Quick get with the timestamp 2:50:05. Look at that, a half hour behind. Vera says, gimme. Cypher said, looking for it now. Don't worry. Vera said, wait, I didn't notice Wendy coming in. Quick said, well, while we're here, I may have a shout out. May I have a shout out, please? I'll post a cute Heisman GIF in spoiler chat. Vera says, deal. Says spoilers. Gosh. Cypher says, looking for it on Twitter. Just passed by Mao own tweet. Lol. Quigita says, lol, of all things. Vera said he wasn't paying attention. It's fine. Vera said, it's okay. You can find it later. Salute. Quigita said, posted cute Heisman GIF in spoiler chat. Cypher says, I will find it now. Vera said, I can see Gallica's VA being used for Marie in P4 Remake. Maybe. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be opposed to her being Chie if she, it just adds a bit more like fun and then kind of, you know, a little bit more zazz to it. Because Gallica's great, but Gallica is sad a lot. And I remember when I met Erin Fitzgerald at the one convention, she was talking about how that they when they were doing Persona 4 Golden and they brought her in, they said they wanted a more Scooby-Doo kind of a feel to their adventures, you know? Quigata says, more with a hard heart. Cypher says, I found it Objeki, check Persona chat. Vera said, will do, thank you. Eglin said, just found out my math textbooks has an audiobook option. Absolutely winning, oh my gosh. Are you gonna like listen to it while you sleep? Absorb it in your dreams. Quicketa said, wait, didn't Moore early in the game say that he wrote our book? If so, then doesn't that mean he knew about the reality of humanity? This man confuses me. I think he said he read it, but he has like a book also in academia, but like parts of it I think were locked that like he couldn't. So I think he was still like learning some of it as he was gaining his memories back, if I remember correctly, but he confuses me as well. Eglin said, I can't read, so this may replace my music on long car rides or something for the next month and a half. Castle said, seems like Moore actually remembers less. Pun, yeah. Cypher said, the voice is Joker from hit game Persona 5 Royal. He's another great one, but mainly just because after we found out that he played the conductor in Hat in Time. Vera says, cute. There's the deleted message, so I'll skip that. Queen Gator said, should this be deleted? I don't know, it just feels spoilery. Cypher says, if he's straight, then why is he scared of boobies? I'm scared when Oak says boo, and then Oak sometimes changes them to boobies, and I'm not sure if I should be scared. Crystal says, the voice or about more. Oak says, woo. Queen Gator said about more. Okay, here we go. Vero has posted some raid suggestions, and they often spell out things. This time they spell ack, because it's A-C-K. So I'm going to copy these down over the text file. Thank you very much, Vero, because yeah, we are. I'm sorry we're going long. I'm starting to think this may make it difficult for me to make that Deltarune video in time for tomorrow, because as I said, I do have work in the morning, and I'm probably going to need to try and be responsible by getting up, because I said before, there's shifting to a summertime schedule where work is a little bit earlier. Although I asked my supervisor, whose claims that this might also just be the schedule from now on. So I don't know. We shall see. Crystal says, Noobly said to Cypher, he's coming out this month. Vera says, my raid suggestions are... Cypher says, maybe. Vera said, because I was stepped at by a horde of Jack Frosts. I'll delete it to be safe. Oak said, the last Lord 5th raid was like 6 months ago, lol. That is true. But so he's like back in the mix, but we're going to check by the usual, the usual, what do we call it, requirements? Queen Gator says, salute. I wasn't sure, but I was like, Cypher says, all hail the he-horde. Vera said, the thing is, I'm also blind to this game. Queen Gator said, yeah, thankfully, most of the spoilers I know about the game are late game, which is where Logan is headed, so I somewhat know what to watch out for. Vera said, win Katie, salute. Crystal with some raid suggestions as well. I'm going to copy these down there. Hang on one second, Crystal. Oh, and Crystal said, this is all Undertale streamers. Oh, to get us in the mood for Deltarune tomorrow. Said, in celebration of the soon chapters 3 and 4 of Deltarune. That's a fun little theme as well. So I'm going to copy these down. By the way, if you are lurking, I'm sorry that I'm spending so much time reading. Huh?
Queso incoming rant, plug your ears if you don't want to hear it, chat, it won't take long.
What's it about? Is it spoilers?
Why are all new Megatron toys got weird coloration? D16 being yellowish and the new Studio Series 86 got blue legs.
Vero, I've been meaning to post about that in the Transformers chat because I was wondering if you saw it. So thank you for the 10 bits. I will say this. A prominent Twitter member posted a Photoshop of it where he showed that if you... It's like a blue hue in the gray on the legs. And he showed that if you put a blue hue in all of the gray, then he looks normal. Or if you take away the blue in the legs, then he looks normal. But it's the fact there's no blue hue on any of his gray from the top of his head down to the top of his knees, and then suddenly from the knees down it's blue. It looks weird. So I'm probably gonna have to pass on that Megatron. I have a sinking feeling that they might like re-release him a year or two later with corrected colors. That's just a guess. They might not. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. And I'm glad that you agree. Oak says, wait, did Logan actually never learn Roy Gibiv? There's a They Might Be Giants song, teach you about it. Logan, go listen to it later. I should. I used to know like, I know like several albums worth of They Might Be Giant songs, but there's several I also don't know. Oak said, Roy Gibiv is a colorful man, and he proudly stands. Oh, so it's probably Roy G. Biv. Stands at the rainbow edge. Quicketa said, captions keep thinking he's saying blaspheming instead of blossoming. And I will save Toilet Duck as soon as I can. I will. Oak says, no, don't make Adachi British. Vera says, he won't be. Cypher said, British most deaf. Noobly said, British Adachi. Cypher said, Hulkenberg can be my knight anytime. So I gotta be getting close. Oh, okay, at least I'm still caught up over on YouTube. So let's keep going. We gotta end this soon. We gotta wind down stream soon. I got work in the morning and I still have so much to do tonight. So is he saying, that Eldin boy is nowhere to be found. I suppose it's only a matter of time until Luis takes the throne. Wait, where's the guy in the suit of armor? There's usually 4 of these guys. There's the one with the weird eyeball and the shaved head and all the makeup. There's Triangle Man. There's old orc guy, and then there's Alphonse Elric, but he's gone.
Speaking of which, I don't see the general.
Yeah. Well, he's just out there trying to help people save money on their car insurance.
The voice of the pro-Luis faction became too overwhelming. He was ultimately forced out of his position.
Oh, okay. Is this important? Are they ever gonna do anything with these guys? Do we have to are they gonna be mini bosses in the final dungeon? Do we gotta kill each of these three guys?
Why is this happening? Even if the Sanctus Church's favor has collapsed, why is it that Luis alone is reaping the benefits?
Maybe it's because Forden was an evil jerk?
The public mind is the same as it's always been. It's too difficult to find answers in themselves, so they follow those who provide. We've certainly relied on that ourselves.
Ah, my camera died! Oh, it's back.
It's always easier
That's how you know I've been streaming too long.
than to have to make all the risks yourself. Now that we are out of ideas, what can we do?
Can you imagine Luis on the throne? Can you imagine what he'd do with us? We'd be the first on the chopping block. Do we hide? Run? Our ships are in port.
Is this really the time for idle chit-chat?
It's Batlin! Oh, I've missed Batlin. So I can read a couple of comments in the chat. Cypher says, Vera says, I love copium. Cypher says, they voice the shadow selves, not the normal ones, though. Oak says, heck yeah, Logan Robo for you Narukami. I mean, I'd love that. There's no way I'd ever get cast for that. But I'd absolutely love it. Cypher says, I don't really get the Hulkenberg voice he does. Every voice makes sense, but that one, it just, I don't know, something about her haircut just makes me want to just talk like this. All the voices that we do are also voices we've done for other characters in other games. That was a voice we initially did for Tsumugi in Danganronpa V3, and we did it for one of my favorites in Persona 3, Tanaka. I love Tanaka. Cypher says, Oak says, said the only replacement for Johnny Young Bosch is Logan. Well, I mean, if you want to start like an online campaign, I'm in favor of it. Lesbian Wolf says Yuri ended up deleting his post. In it, he states that he'd been asked about the remake, so more likely he noticed it wasn't official in any way and deleted the post. Well, he said that he had asked them over and over again, and they specifically said no to him, right? I think. Quickett says, lol, we truly are in cutscene. Heck, I know this stream just isn't ending. So let's keep going because Batlin is here.
Who are you?
He's Batlin!
Just a passing wastrel. Thought I'd drop in for a word since I was in the area. You might have one way to survive.
If you back me, because I'm a good guy and Batlin's my friend. Is Batlin gonna turn the Sanctists over to the light side? Make them good? Please game, let me save. Please game, let me save. Open up on the gauntlet runner. I'll read some more comments in the chat while it's loading. Cypher says, why is it so spot on? What was spot on? Vera said Mantis should win. Oh, Luis! Hi, Luis. Did Zorba get home yet? I feel like Zorba's just got a long trip home, too.
Well then.
Oh, except he flies.
Let us depart.
Who you talking to, bro? There's Zorba.
Lord Luis, your pardon. We've encountered an unexpected snag. I killed the prince in the Elden village. I confirmed his death, yet it appears the boy candidate has merged with his corpse.
That was nice,
It
yeah.
seems the prince is now resurrected.
We did that. We did the fusion dance. And had Patara earrings.
Resurrected?
Yes, and what's more?
Our hair color changed. And I have a British accent now.
The boy candidate was the actual prince after all. Something about his soul having traveled independently and then returning to his corporeal body.
Yeah, just accept it, really. Like, the fewer questions we have about that, the better. Just accept it and move on.
I see. So his ideal form was spun from Magla. Whatever the case, this means the land's true prince has reawakened in his sanctum.
Okay, so that makes it sound like my guess that maybe Luis might end up being our half-brother, our older brother, is wrong, because he is calling him the true prince.
How interesting. After these long years, my chase may finally come to an end. My nemesis awaits.
Lord Luis, what is it about that bastard that fascinates you?
I don't know what I'm fascinated by is how your chin is clipping through your neck sleeve, bro.
Yeah, I won't let it end like this.
I have to do better. I need more power. I will show Lord Luis I am worthy of his gaze.
Oh, he wants Luis Senpai to notice him.
We'll soon be arriving above the royal capital.
Who said that?
Excellent. As planned, increase altitude and enter the royal palace in the sky.
I didn't see a quartermaster.
Are you certain? We'll be heading directly to His Majesty, the former king, and...
Wait, what? Oh, are we gonna land on the giant Majora's Mask moon in the sky?
Rest assured, that old fool is powerless to stop me now. Proceed.
And I said this, I think I said this once before, that when like he lifted out of the ground, I think the palace or some buildings were on top of him. That's probably gonna be the final dungeon. In order to confront Luis, we're probably gonna have to like fly up there and like work our way through it. That'll probably be the final dungeon.
Understood.
Let the final banquet begin.
Oh crap, I don't like banquets, not ever since Your Turn to Die. That banquet didn't go well. Let's see, Vera says Metaphor remake tomorrow. Lesbian Wolf says, oh wow, lol. Cypher says, it sounds just like Joker. I know because you swap personas a ton in Strikers. It sounds just like it. Well, once again, he's great. Was Xander Mobius, wasn't that his name? Who also played the conductor in A Hat in Time. Castle says, Gale-Shapley is a computer science thing. It is one way to solve the matchmaking problem, like with straight guys and gals or med schools and applying residence. It's a college level concept and not one you need to know, but it's also fairly understandable. I won't blab about it in chat more, but I'm happy to answer questions on Discord or something. Yeah, I'm curious to know more about it. If you want to like pop maybe a little blurb about it in the general chat, I'd love to hear more. Vera said, I just saw the Studio Series 86 like just now. Only just now, because like it made big waves when it was like, what was it, like a day or two ago when it finally leaked online, which is crazy because I think Hasbro was getting ready to, I think they're supposed to officially unveil it on the 10th. They're doing a live stream that day. But then some people got some stolen samples from the factory and they were posting little pictures like, oh, here's a picture of his arm and over his shoulder and like teasing stuff. And then Takara just showed like a low grayscale kind of silhouette type of thing of it.
Any takers? Any
Oh, there's
bets
more.
for the other candidates?
Oh, there's more.
Remember, if Luis loses, a silver coin could turn into mountains of reeds.
Oh, they're gambling, including the small child in the front.
What are you trying to say? You think Count Luis is going to lose?
Oh, no, of course not. I'll just say...
Well, that is a good picture of us. They need to update it, though, to get rid of the headband.
I'll call that
Madeline!
bet. All in on His Highness the Prince.
I love that he is like friends with us and he believes in us. Because I feel like in so many games it'd be a temptation to make the town crier be like a bit of a liar and a scoundrel. But Batlin, he's our bro! Love you, Batlin!
A sanctus bigwig gambling away his tithes? This really is the end of the world. Didn't know his esteemed princeliness had any supporters left.
I also like the idea of him doing this because like showing such confidence with making the bet might that in and of itself encourage other people to support the prince and believe in him. So it becomes like a self-fulfilling gamble?
I mean, he's not really the prince, is he? Was actually a monster in disguise all along. Haven't you heard the news? The times we live in, I tell you.
Just because someone mutated into a giant purple monster, you think he's a giant purple monster?
Dude, that poster of Mandy's looks just like Iggy's.
Okay, there's a lot of things that have been popping in my brain that I haven't been saying because I'm trying to speed up to get to a save point because we've already gone like over a half hour over tonight. But I thought so too. Like the headband looks kind of like her thing on the top of her head that she had. Like I didn't even realize to look at that poster, but you're right. They have very similar hair, but thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that.
Must be tough, being an easy mark. It didn't take much for you to buy everything Luis was selling about the prince. The fireworks went off the moment he said, "Behold." Remember? You don't think there's any chance Luis orchestrated the entire thing?
Oi, churchman. You saying Count Luis lied to us? You think he cast some big illusion?
Well, I mean, magic does exist in this world.
An illusion, eh? What if I said it's a power more dangerous than that?
Magic? Yeah, there's a thing called Magla.
Always struck me as odd. We all know Luis, the mighty human slayer, but how does he keep finding the things one after another?
He makes them! It's like I was saying before, he turns people into humans.
Seems a bit convenient, if you ask me. Like he knows in advance where these monsters will appear to cause havoc.
See, it's like, he does like, it's kind of like Attack on Titan, you know how that I actually, maybe I shouldn't say, that might be spoilers for mid-series stuff if some people haven't seen it.
Easy to nitpick and gripe about him, isn't it, Churchman? Maybe someone needs to shut you up.
All right. Let's keep things civil, eh? No sense becoming a monster yourself.
I like the idea that he's saying that he's like subtly planting the idea in their head that you too could become a monster. Isn't that awful? The idea of you becoming a monster?
Oi! What's all this fuss about?
I love it. I love battling. Hi, patrolling soldier.
Damn it! When Count Luis is king, you'll all be the first at the gallows. You'll die just like Forden.
See, that isn't a winning campaign message, I don't think, to win over the opposition. I don't like that. But why are they chasing them? We're the ones gambling.
Well, they're probably just as anxious as the rest of us. All that yelling and thrashing helps fight it off. Humans have been sighted near the capital, after all.
It's more than that. Pockets of society have resented the upper class for ages now, but this might be the spark that lights the kindling. Luis's respect for power is certainly cruel, but it's fair to an extent.
Well, it's not racist, which is,
Those of
that's
us
nice.
pushing the status quo have always struggled to understand the appeal.
Even then, everyone's on edge. They'll jump at any excuse to argue and snarl at each other. Never seen it this bad.
Chat, I'm so glad
Not normal, my son.
that after all this cutscene heck, the game is making us spend so much time with our favorite character, Street Gambler.
Blind fanaticism and doom go hand in hand. If we don't find some common ground soon, it'll collapse beneath us.
Huh? Hi, I'm up here.
Luis left saying that he'd be waiting at the royal capital. Only one place he could be. All eyes are on his Skyrunner as it rises to the flying palace.
There it is.
What are we about to see?
But yeah, Vera said, had to rant laughing. Quigita said, finally, captions heard blossoming. Cypher says, toilet death. No, it's toilet duck. The remember to save uses the sound effect from Danganronpa, another episode, Ultra Despair Girls. It's the sound of the save points, which is a toilet that is like partially duck shaped, and you just see them randomly in a save point. It's a weird thing, and so that's the sound it makes. That's why it's like it has a quack in there. So it's toilet duck. Vera says egghead, all which catches me off guard. How is he here? Quigata says battling hard. Vera says battling. Cypher says watch it crash. How is there more cutscene?
The royal palace. It's been a while.
Game, I need to edit this video that I've been talking about. I have work in the morning. Game, why are you doing this to me, game?
Do you hear me, O king? Stubborn and deathless? This country is distorted. You and the other titled authorities decide who grows fat and who is devoured. The country knows no war only because our very core is built upon a system of
You can skip through cutscenes next time and have this as a cliffhanger.
Maybe, except here's the problem. Have we had a save point after that boss fight? I don't think so. We'd have to redo the fight against that human, which was not a difficult fight, but we'd have to redo it beforehand. And so I don't know if that would work. I was actually thinking about that earlier, but thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. Oh, and there's a pin message. Queen Katie said the real archetype was the cutscenes. Well, they're mighty powerful.
And prey.
Huh?
It cannot be defied from within.
But thank you very much for the 10 bits, Vero.
But not order.
So what was he saying? The country knows no war, only because our very core is built upon a system of societal predator and prey. It cannot be defied from within. That is peace, but not order.
Hand over the royal scepter. The game is over. The country needs change, and I will provide it.
Thou impertinent.
Whoa, it's his ghost.
Hast
He's a
thou
ghost.
shame in preempting the day of judgment?
This late in the game, we're getting a new character portrait.
Do you presume yourself a god? Is that why you wrought your face in stone and took it to the heavens? You're nothing. Just an ordinary, broken old man.
What would you say if I said I'm your father? I mean, we were tossing around the idea. I'm not saying it's true, just throwing it out there to see how people react. Oh, okay, just walk away. Kind of
How
rude.
wouldst thou wield the king's magic? To what end?
To purify all that your kind have left to rot. You threw away your ideals, but I will never make that mistake.
Only the people's chosen may take the throne. The royal scepter and its resting place remain beyond you.
This royal scepter, the royal magic. Did you think that only generations of kings were aware of their secrets?
Oh crap, apparently generations of doctors were too.
Why someone can manipulate world-changing power by use of only a single scepter? Why only those supported by the people can use it? Listen well, O king. The truth behind the royal magic...
And then the cutscene ends right there, and then we gotta find out later? Oh, yep, blah, 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 gesticulation. Oh, I'm surprised he knows it.
So it's true. The country truly is putrid with sin. In other words, if I took hold of it now, then I would have the power to change the world itself.
How didst thou learn of this?
I think he probably read it in a book. He's seen his room, it's like a library.
How?
Through the power of literacy! Oh! Oh! It is a headband!
Thou art elder.
And it's also light blue and ice, that's weird. Blaza!
You were not always blind to this country's rot. When you visited our sanctum, I saw and knew the passion in your heart.
I mean, they kind of really heavily hinted at it with the whole, like, oh, he's from the sanctum and everything like that. And so I can't feel too proud of that. I mean, maybe if I had guessed this months ago instead of, like, today, the day that they revealed it. But, hey, look at that.
And yet, what happened to our village? What happened to this country?
You could have broken that, bro. You probably might need that later.
Oh.
I mean, are you just gonna walk back outside without any horns on?
You cannot stop me any longer. Nor can anyone else. Save one lone possibility.
He's talking about me. Oh, a red room. That's different than the velvet room. Oh, is that the scepter? Have we seen the scepter? I feel like we saw what...
Snatching victory from the maw of catastrophe, the party descends again on the royal capital, Grand Trad.
Game,
they are
please give me
only by ominous skies.
Give me a save point,
Their
game.
return hardly counts as a triumph, considering how they departed. Anticipating conflict, the Gauntlet Runner comes to a quiet stop.
There was a scepter that we saw in the Igniter shop at the beginning of the game that I want to say was like supposed to be a replica of the royal scepter. It looked like a rib cage or something like that. Am I thinking correctly? Is that what that was? Let's see. Vera says Batlin. Cypher says watch it crash. Queen Gator says Zorba would be like, so good news, the prince is dead. Bad news, Mantis is the prince and he came back to life. That's basically what happened there. Lesbian Wolf said, yeah. In the post he stated he asked to voice in the remake, but the remake hasn't been confirmed officially, so my point was the planned stunt as the post is now deleted. And that's possible. Vera said jealous Zorba laughing. Queen Gator said the final dungeon is in our dad. It's on the back of his head, I think.
What the hell's wrong with the sky?
It's Crisis on Infinite Earths, bro. It's how we do the crossover. Every comic this month is gonna have red skies.
Isn't that... Oi! That monster boy's come back!
I'm glad you remembered me. I need to go find the person over there that wanted me to bake some bread at the beginning of the game. I finally did it.
That's why the sky's grown so hellish. The half-dead bastard returns with his head held high.
Dude, it's literally just a really nice sunset.
A more aggressive welcome than I expected. Would any introductions help them to understand?
It's useless. Words are cheap. Still, we should walk with pride instead of trying to keep our heads down.
True enough.
True enough indeed, Hulkenberg.
His Royal Highness, the Prince, returns. Luis distorted his form through strange and terrible magics, but the curse is now dispelled. His true form has been restored!
Oi, if that's really His Highness, then tell us why didn't His Majesty in the sky stop all this bloodshed?
He's a bad father to me. I'm sorry. Jeez. Huh?
Because he's an imposter! Just like Count Louis said! You'll not fool us again, beast!
Oi, calm down. At least listen. And you. Never thought I'd see one of the Magnus brothers standing against Count Louis, even the thick one. He took in a Paripus like you, and you spit on him.
I mean, do we still want to call him one of the Magnus brothers? I feel like that's somewhat inaccurate now. Let's see. Cypher says, I'm going to be out cold once 3 minutes. I'm sorry this is going so long. Oh, the timestamp 3:33:33. Vera said, it's the final countdown. Quigita said, oh man, I just finally finished reading QED. No more chapters. I already miss it. Vera said, stolen samples is insane. Cypher says, I thought that was Igus for 5 seconds. Lesbian Wolf says, anyway, good night, y'all. Have a good stream wrap up. Good night, Lesbian Wolf. I'm sorry we're going over so long. Vera says, rest well. Me too. Cypher says, I know it does. Will is just Igus and Makoto's love child. I always thought from the beginning it looked a lot like Makoto. I didn't really realize the Igus thing, but I can definitely see it now. Vera said, Street Gambler reminds me of someone. I don't know who. I mean, we've seen a lot of NPCs that look like him, but I also feel like he looks like an innkeeper in Legend of Zelda or something like that. Cypher says, me. Queen Gator said the real archetype was the cutscenes. Vera said, Hall of Fame. Cypher says, Hall of Fame. Oak says, the game is over. Vera said, creepy. Queen Gator said, this is the dad pass. Cypher says, he called it. Vera says, what? Oh, that must be when he took it off, so I gotta be like really close. Let's play a little more. I'm so close to catching up. We gotta get to a save point.
Only thing traitors deserve is a tight rope and a stiff beam. And you want us to support the prince?
Lady Juna, I can't believe this. I admired you. Why would you risk dying alongside some fake prince?
It's always disappointing when you see a celebrity getting too into politics. Oh.
I don't intend on dying with anyone. Besides, I'm still me, whoever I'm standing with.
So everybody in the party is now finding that it's not just everybody hating Protag, but it's everybody hating all of his friends as well. And so it's going to be a challenge. They need to firm up their resolve and decide that their friendship, their support of us is more important than what strangers think.
Hey, Eugene.
That's me. I'm still here, yeah.
You the
What?
wretch who got kicked out of the knighthood.
Yeah.
Now you're with this pack of throne chasers.
Yeah, why not?
Shame. Shame.
Yeah, my kid was in a jar.
Mustari girl. You ungrateful pagan. Count Louis brought down the Sanctus Church for you. How dare you strike out at him? They're all traitors, I say.
I love how they are like this unruly mob is progressively going through like each person one by one.
What is all this?
Very organized.
The truth of the prince hardly matters to them. Every one of them's only concerned with their own emotions and nothing else.
Do you think the red sky means because there's like red magla floating around in the air? Maybe that's a spell that Luis cast. Maybe he did some with the scepter and it's like affecting people's minds and emotions.
We'll have your heads on pikes soon enough. Leave. Get out of our royal capital.
How about we just go back in the Gauntlet Runner and save our game?
If they're just monsters, we can deal with them ourselves. How about it?
This is bad. They really are out for our blood. Has everyone gone insane?
A little bit.
Oi, over here.
Batlin! Oh, wait, he climbed up. Hi, Batlin.
Don't bother with them. No talking this one out. You need to run now.
Go to the hushed honeybee or something. Hulkenberg just ran right through a rope that was going there at a diagonal. Starting to think she's a ghost or something. Let's see. Vera says, what? I did not expect it at all. Krista said, give us the headband. Quigata said, oh, huh?
We weren't away from the city that long. What happened?
I'm getting so tired.
Why are all the people so bloodthirsty now?
I've work in the morning. I know I've mentioned that a bunch of times. Let's see. I gotta read some more here, though. Queen Gator said, the way that me and Beowulf clipped your guess earlier today, and it's revealed today. Cypher says, I knew it all along. It was one of the things I was spoiled on. Vera said, this game breaks my heart because I think his horns made him hotter. Now he's just a random guy with long hair. Aww. Crystal says, Ref Mantis, do something. Oak says, he was right. I was playing a game of chess. And Vera said, first Mantis losing his blue hair and heterochromia. Now this, I know, you're losing all the heterochromia and horns.
The prince turning into a monster before their eyes still lingers in their minds. After all, a monster entered into their society disguised as a person.
No, that's not.
I know, it's not true. But truth and how it appears to the citizens are different beasts. Moreover, humans have been sighted closer than ever before. The royal capital's populace is unused to danger, so they've become suspicious of each other. How fares your neighbor? And do you run in circles with monsters in disguise? Are questions on the tip of every tongue. Ever since Forden's death, Luis has everyone on a knife edge. He's erratic, and nobody knows how he'll react to those who defy him if push comes to shove.
He'll kill them. I think they've been very clear about that. He will kill them.
So, at the core of it, people are scared witless, and they cling to Luis as a savior, rather than the devil he is.
Basilio, thank you very much for keeping this game's rating down by saying scared witless. Appreciate you, bro.
You well know that Luis cares not one whit about social status, especially as a token of birthright. No amount of wealth or standing can buy his protection.
That one wit was also supposed to be a swear word, I think.
So even those who may have opposed him at first now counsel that condemning him would be imprudent, as it puts their safety at risk.
Then we're stuffed. He won't save anyone. And oh yeah, he can create humans, by the way.
Oh, that's all true then.
Yeah.
I had my suspicions, but it's still a bit of a jolt.
You did? You should have told it. How long have you thought this?
This all said, in my humble opinion, what we're seeing in the people now has been in the works for some time.
I know, like 180 something hours.
Now, has the tournament for the throne truly ever been a fair contest? The Sanctus Church bent it to its whim, and I abetted that. To my shame. Before I met you people, I didn't have much to me but anger and quips. I'd rant and snipe and have my cynical little discourse, but I'd only looked to others for change.
How even party members are getting have character arcs here, even though we don't even have like a follower bond with bro.
Now,
we should.
That outlook's our real enemy. Blind fanaticism, like I had. Even if there's no malice to it, it's a dangerous thing. Hard to think clear when your mind's a muddy stream.
We've been told Magla is born from people's anxiety. Perhaps the proof is now before our eyes.
Kind of ironic, but we have to do something about it. If we don't, they'll never listen. We'll only ever be seen as an enemy.
Maybe by creating all this anxiety, that's how Luis is going to turn everybody into humans. That if like Grude said, there's no spell that can do to that many people, but if he just creates enough Magla, it'll just kind of happen on its own with the melancholia, or however you pronounce it.
I had the inn prepared. They won't let anyone in but you lot.
Thank you.
Let's head there for now, shall we?
And let me save, please. Please, game. Please, game. Let's see, Queen Kate said, man, Luis looks weird without the horn. Cypher says, at the start of the game, you saw a replica of it at the start. You are right. Oh yeah, the spear, the scepter thing, yeah, because it had a rib cage. I'm glad I was right. Queen Gita said, also, yes, Logan, you saw the faked one in the shop. Zorba also attempted to steal the real one, but the king was like, nuh-uh, only the king is picked, and yoinked it from him. Oak with another raid suggestion. I will copy that down in a second here. Queen Gita said, by the way, I forgot to mention this, Logan. The game starts in June or so. We're like about September? I didn't realize how short this game was in universe. Plus, like, the weeks are weird in it too, but yeah, this is because like it's not like the Persona games where it's a full year, huh? Cypher says it is 1:30 in the morning, bro. I know it's like 11:30 here, and as I said, I have work in the morning and it's earlier than usual. Oak says I'm so sleepy, but yes! Norris is heading back to the Gauntlet Runner. It seems like the city has calmed down at least a tiny bit. They'd have a hard time wrecking our Gauntlet Runner, but we still shouldn't chance it.
All right.
We should make our way over to the Hushed Honeybee. Everyone else has already gone ahead. Oh, I could save. Oh, let me save game. Please let me save. Oh, I can save. Oak says, I'm so sleepy, but I must longa. Pyrrha says, I love the verb longa. It can be used as anything. A noun, a verb, an adjective, an adverb. Hang on. Okay, now that I can pause out of this, I can actually copy down this other raid suggestion that Oak had posted there. So let me copy that one over, because I'm not sure how many of our raid suggestions from earlier are even still online. I just gotta breathe for a second there. Oak says, this racist mob is very good at yelling slurs, and yeah, in a very organized manner, very like courteous and generous to each other in the crowd, making sure they all get their time to shout. Cypher says, they stole the capital's heart. Holy crap. I know, we got to get the Phantom Thieves in here. Oak says, Vero lost their... That man. I was going to make a pun about that seeing the old man made him no longer that, but I thought that'd be inappropriate. Let's see. Vera says, I believe I lost him. Quicket says, I love battling. Cypher says, this was truly the last surprise. Oak says, it's okay, Vero. You still have your gaggle of women. Vera says, yeah. Quicket said, the insane character development Batlin had. I wish we had a bond with him. What archetype should Batlin give us? I don't know, like, it's tough to say because I feel like any archetype that he would have, Alonso would kind of have to. Well, except he's not really like a con man type of a guy. I'd have to think about that. What do you think? Because he's I mean, he's the town crier. There's got to be something like the communicator, the orator, maybe. How about that? Is that an archetype? The orator? Cypher says, wow, imagine if people were like this in real life, right? Queen said, if you were implying politics, please don't. We won't have to go. We don't go there. Crystal says, save time. Vera said, let's go. Crystal with a dance. Cypher says, we can save. Yay. Vera said, you guys will be silenced. Let him catch up. Crystal says, let Logan catch up time. Crystal with an angry face. Vera said, I only do this because it's so late. Vera said, I usually wouldn't. Sorgi there. 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 31 seconds. I caught up to chat for the first time of the night. Yeah. And Oak says, thank you for the very 4-hour stream. It made me smile. Oh my gosh. I'm going to take a look over these raid suggestions, see if we can pick one of them out. While I'm doing that, though, for those who are lurking, let me give you the quick rundown on the channel and everything here. So I don't know if I even said this earlier at any time because it's been so long, but we stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays, currently alternating between this game, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. So that means tomorrow is a Wednesday. No stream on Wednesdays. The next stream will be on Thursday. That'll be Ace Attorney. It's going to be some exciting stuff. And then we're on Friday are going to pick up where we're leaving off here tonight. Looks like some of the raid suggestions that we have are offline or have already raided other people or just have like plenty of viewers. So let me pick one out that has a fewest number of viewers. Oh, that one has only one, but that's followers only. Let's check out this one. This one. Wait, have we raided this one before? I don't know if we've raided this one before. But it has only one viewer here. So we'll go ahead and raid this one. This is not one of the Undertale ones, sadly. This is someone playing Minecraft from the looks of it. Actually, only one of the Undertale people is still live, and that person has plenty of viewers. So we're going to go ahead and initiate that. Crystal has already posted over on YouTube a link tree and saying meow over there. So if there's any lurkers on YouTube, that link tree includes a Discord invite link, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, all the good stuff. Feel free to make use of it as you see fit or ignore it if you'd rather. No pressure on any of it. That's just information there for you if you want it. Thank you, Crystal, also for posting the raid message here on Twitch. I'm going to copy that down over to my clipboard as well. Crystal said, thank you for the very fairy stream. Quigata said, thank you for the very cutscene archetype stream. Vera said, thank you for the very ... Metaphor steals everything appealing from my hands like candy from a child stream. Quigata said, see y'all next time for Yeehaw Moo Boy. Let's see. Crystal says, Minecraft. And Vera says, bye-bye, guys. Bye, Longa. Go sleep. I don't know if I can. I was going to try and edit together that Deltarune video. I don't know if I should. I'm going to stay up a little bit longer because I always need to wait until right after midnight to do my Duolingo. But thank you all for hanging out, especially since we went so long. I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. I wish I could have taken more time to savor and enjoy these cutscenes. I do feel like for most of the last hour, I've just been like, let's get through this. Let's get through this. I need sleep and I can't save. But thank you all for hanging out. I do love and appreciate you all. You guys make my night. I love hanging out with you guys. Thank you for spending so much time with me, especially since we went overtime. It means the world to me. I hope you all have a wonderful Wednesday, and we'll see you back on Thursday, as I said, for Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I love how involved Penny Nichols is in the case. Hopefully we'll get to see more of her. And then Friday, we're going to pick up here and maybe begin another month of follower bonds. Until then, enjoy the raid. Bye, everybody. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. And for those watching the VOD or over on YouTube, good night as well.